this pandemic that it was still, they were still able to video.
Yeah, they join as a participant and then they live stream what is shown on the screen. So,
Okay, thank you.
Yep, and then we will prepare minutes after the meeting from the recording of this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's 7:30 now. We'll give it a couple of minutes as people figure out how to log on.
Yeah, one of the things I know I had to, well, you guys probably had to do the same thing. Well, maybe it's just my Mac, never mind. Is that I had to just type in the meeting ID rather than link on it from the PDF.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it should be automatic.
Yeah, and like I said, I usually do it from a different computer. So this is, I'm getting my son's experience now.
I typed it in also.
If people wouldn't mind muting themselves when they join, that would be great. And then, John, do you want to do things like we did last time where I kind of talk about what's going on here with the technology?
Yeah.
And then introduce the board members and then you can jump in. Okay.
Sounds like a
Just
plan.
let me know whenever you're ready.
Right.
You can do that.
We'll give it let's give it 2 more minutes.
Sure.
I love the RCTV profile pic.
Isn't that funny?
Kudos.
We all need a little humor right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
The toll from COVID-19 in New York City has been staggering, nearly 22,000 deaths. And that's obviously all my comments about opening.
All right. Let's call this meeting of CPDC to order.
All right.
Julie, do you want to give a little overview of the technology and the sort of the ground rules of order in terms of the Zoom meeting?
Yeah, sure. So hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us for the CPDC meeting of June 8th, 2020. I will be hosting. I work for the town. I'm the Community Development Director. My name is Julie Mercier, which is on the screen. The meeting will be held remotely via Zoom. It's recorded, and it will also be broadcast or streamed live on RCTV. The Zoom link, the call-in number, and the waiting room will be in use. So for people who are just joining us, if you're still in the waiting room, I will attempt to let you in as quickly as I can. I guess you're not going to hear me. Anyway, we are using the raise hand feature if you want to chat, but we will, or if you want to say something, but we will be conducting this like a typical public hearing where the commission will hear the applicant's proposal, and then the commission will talk amongst themselves and opine and give feedback and ask questions, and then the commission will open to the public for comment. So I do not have you automatically muted, but if you would please refrain from speaking until we notice that your hand is raised and we unmute you, that would be great. If it gets out of control, I will probably have to do the mute all, which I don't really want to do, but I will do it if the meeting starts to get out of hand. For the commission members who we have here tonight, we have Chair John Weston, we have Nick Safina, Rachel Hitch, Heather Klisch, Pam Adrian, Tony Diarezzo, and am I missing anyone? Is that everybody? Okay. So there are 6 commission members here tonight. I know we're all jumbled together on the screen, so it might be a little hard for some of you who don't know everyone, but I think it'll become more clear as the meeting goes on who the commission members are.
Can I just ask one question? Where is the hand raising? I usually am using a different platform, so how do you raise? Yeah.
It should be if you click on Manage Participants, which is down at the bottom of your screen, the Zoom screen. Do you see that?
Yeah.
You get a list of everyone who's in the meeting, and then down on the bottom, there's an ellipsis on the right. Do you see at the very bottom?
Okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
And there should be a raise hand option there. Do you see it, Patricia?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, sure, no problem. Before we get started, welcome to the new people who just joined us. If there are any other technical questions, I will be monitoring the chat feature. So if you want to send a message just to host, if you're having technical problems, I can try to help you troubleshoot throughout the meeting if you need. I also will be monitoring my email, my work email. So if you are having issues with Zoom and you want to let me know or get a message across or provide feedback, you can email jmercier@ci.reading.ma.us. And that was also on the notification sent to everybody. So if anyone has any issues, hopefully they'll let me know at some point. And I think that that's all from me. And I'll turn it back over to John. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So again, I reiterating, if you can keep yourself on mute, we'll try and make this sort of as a typical like in-person meeting where people can speak and speak up when they need to. But it helps. First of all, if everyone's on mute, so the background noise doesn't get too much for people that are speaking. So thank you. So the first item on our agenda, sorry, I think it's just yeah. Can you bring that up? That'd be great. So is a continued public hearing for a major modification to an approved site plan review at 107 Main Street, Fusilli's Restaurant. This is this is an application. I think we last spoke with the applicant back in September, and then there were some other processes, I think, with the ZBA that they needed to go through. And so they're back here tonight. So I guess Julie first, do you have anything that you want to go over first, or should we just start in with the applicant?
I think we can jump right in. I will say they did successfully achieve their use variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals, and they have completed their process with the Conservation Commission. So they're back, the plan has not changed, and we did not receive any new feedback from any staff departments. Andrew can jump in and correct me if I'm missing anything or if I'm wrong about that, but that's my understanding.
You are correct.
Okay.
All right.
We have Jeff Brem and Michael Palmer here on behalf of the application and maybe others. I'm not sure.
That's right, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to quickly go over the plan? This is Jeffrey Brem.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, I won't belabor you. You have some items on your agenda, and because you've already heard most of this before, I'll be quick. So if there's any questions, you certainly can ask me at the end. Essentially, Mr. Palmer's Fusilli's restaurant here has been successful, and he occasionally has the need for additional parking. So he had some space in the southeast corner of his property that allowed for that parking. And we first went to Conservation Commission, spent quite a bit of time there, and made, I guess, several revisions to the plan at their behest, as well as some other concerns, and also some tree replication mitigation, and some drainage issues that engineering had during the process. All those issues have been, as Julie said, resolved, and the order of conditions have been issued. It was appealed by a neighbor to the north, and that appeal has gone through with the DEP affirming the decision of the local Conservation Commission. So that process is done. Then we came to you, and essentially one major issue came up, which was when you're over 50 parking spaces, we needed another handicap spot. We were previously at 49, so we've now added that to the plan, as well as a pathway from that handicap spot to the front door, and that's sort of to the northwest of the building corner. You see it there in darker type than all the rest. So we added that, and as you mentioned earlier, Julie, we had an issue with the parking was going to be in the S zone, S5, I think. S15 zone, and because of that, we needed to go to the Board of Appeals to get a use variance to allow that parking to extend more than 30 feet. It's allowed to extend 30 feet into the zone, but we were exceeding that, and we were, as Julie said, successful in obtaining the variance, which brought us back to here tonight. So you had tabled this. I believe you've addressed or you've asked a lot of questions, and we've addressed those, and it was just making sure that we got that variance before you took action. So that's my quick version. You may have some questions.
Sure. So my recollection, I guess I'll start up. My recollection, we we had a lengthy discussion during our last hearing with you, that there were a couple of items still sort of left on the table. One was our I'm not sure how we put it, lack of comfort with the functionality of a couple of the parking spots for, I'm going to say, regular customer use, notably the one on the
North side.
Yeah, the it's like a parallel spot on the north, and then the one that's farthest to the east.
Figure out where this is.
You're muted.
We also, there was a question about fencing along that. I'm going to call it the northern property line.
Yep.
And then the other issue was about, I don't think it was our issue, but the suggestion to take off the snow clearing, the snow storage locations on the plan, because it's sort of not much there, not much of a space that you can actually clear snow. I understand from that last issue that was something that the Conservation Commission really didn't necessarily support, and they want to see that any snow storage happens on the site. If it happens, that it happens in those locations. Personally, that's fine. I have if that's what they want, that's fine with me. I'm not sure if any of the other board members have an issue, but I guess I think the two other issues are still I think not completely resolved. I will say, and I think probably other board members have, I'm sure they have other opinions. My thought on the functionality of really any of these spaces, I'm concerned that because they're really sort of substandard spaces, though I think that they do provide a benefit for you and for the neighborhood, actually, that I can, what you had expressed before was that they would be primarily or almost exclusively for employee use, and so it's fine if they have to take a 20-point turn to get in and out of there. I guess what I'd like to see is that they're actually designed for employee as employee parking spots.
Go ahead. I won't interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then I think we still have the issue about fencing along that. I know last time I expressed I think it's in your benefit to have a fence on your property, but there may be some way that you want to agree with your neighbor to do something different on their property. Personally, I'm open to whatever works. Good fences make good neighbors, but I think we still need to work that item out.
Okay, so I concur with you on the parking. Couple of spaces are going to be tight, but they should be for employees only. That was the whole point of this. If you remember the discussion, some of the employees park on Hopkins Street because they don't know if they're going to be that busy that night, so they park all night at their whole entire shift on Hopkins, which is really not preferred. So the idea was to get them off Hopkins Street and onto this corner of the parking area. One of the conditions that is in the draft decision on page 4 is that it be for employee parking and noted that way, and that that is acceptable to Mr. Palmer. So that's kind of been his intent all along. As far as the snow storage, yeah, the Conservation Commission wants it there, so we put it there. Mr. Palmer has done a pretty good job in removing the snow when it gets in the way, and he's committed to doing that if it gets overwhelming. He's done it in the past, and he would do it again. But the day-to-day snow, Conservation does want it there because we're directing some of our stormwater away from the wetland, and they want to continue to have flow towards the wetland. As far as the fence, I'm going to let Mr. Palmer talk. There is a fence along that northern line that's on the abutting property, but I don't know if he has any comments about putting a parallel fence. But we do have a large amount of arborvitaes that we're proposing, 8 arborvitaes right along there. There's a silver maple tree, as well as 2 new maple trees that we're planting in that area. So it will be highly vegetated. But I do recognize that you did comment on the fencing before. So, Michael, do you have a comment on that?
I'll do whatever the neighbor likes, I think is the best way to put it. If the neighbor likes it, I'd be happy to put a fence in, and if they choose not to, then that's fine as well. For longevity, I would suggest a 6-foot vinyl, solid fencing, just because I would prefer not to have to chase it. Currently, the neighbor, the abutter, has wood picket that's older. So again, whatever the DeBabneys like in that situation, I'd be happy to agree to.
My understanding is that there's a bit of a grade change between your property and your neighbor's property. So the top of the fence, could you estimate what the top of the fence, their existing fence, is in terms of like the elevation of your property?
So I think our property is higher, correct?
Higher, right.
Yeah. So,
Do you have an estimate? Because the contour lines don't quite carry on.
Yeah,
I tried to figure it out.
Mr. Chair, it's between 1 and 2 feet. Maybe at one spot it gets a little bit higher than 2 feet, but there is a grade change, but it's not more than 2 feet generally.
All right. If I can open it up to the rest of CPDC, if anyone has any other comments or questions or things that we did not, that either came up since we last spoke or things that I'm mischaracterizing or misremembering.
There was a debate about parking in the kind of throughway behind there. That seems to be gone. You know, if I recall, in the driveway area behind the building, that said that had been existing parking. Those spots were taken out in this rendering. Am I remembering this wrong or no?
I don't think this is Jonathan Woods yet. It's something else.
I do recall that discussion. I think that originally that's where employee parking was happening, or the intent right when you first came, Michael. The intent was for some employees to park along that area. I think, I don't know what happens now, whether employees park there or not.
No.
You're shaking your head no. Yeah.
In fact, there was a Bobcat there, parked there most of the time I've been there for snow removal. That's where it was parked.
Turned out just to not be a really functional option.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else on the board?
Yeah, John, you saw my comments about the last spot there. The most easternmost spot doesn't really work because that little turnaround isn't deep enough or wide enough.
Yeah.
So that means that one car has to back all the way out to at least the alley before being able to turn around. Or worse, out to the main parking lot.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Nick. I actually think just because of the way that I'm going to say where on the plan it shows snow storage, because that curb line is there. The only type of a car that can actually get into that spot, if there's a car in the next spot, I think it needs to be like a 12-foot car, like a Mini Cooper or something. That's an ugly spot.
Those turnarounds tend to be 10 feet deep, so from the spot 10 feet east, and then it's usually the full width of the aisle, which is 24 feet, for that car to make that radius turn. So it's not really working. It's a little unsafe. I'm not comfortable with it. Now, that said, if you're doing, I'm not sure, can the pavement extend further into the towards the wetlands, or is that the actual bound of it?
That's where we showed it to Conservation Commission, and we can, on the front bumper side, it cannot. You see there's a wetland line right there. We have to basically follow that 35-foot offset.
Okay.
107 Main Street, continued public hearing, major modifications to site plan is what it says.
We concur that it's a difficult spot, but we do believe that the employees come in there at different hours, and we're just trying to maximize every square inch we can do back there.
Yeah, no, and if you're using it for employees only, I think you can stack another 4 cars in here as well. So
yeah, exactly.
To 11 or 12, and I think you should do that. I think I'm not prohibiting you from doing that. I think if you can stack employee cars in there, put them all in there, that's fine.
That's what we're trying to do. We're not. These are not for the customers.
Yeah. If
they all leave at the same time, then it's not going to be an issue at all.
If we sign this as employee only, then I'm okay with that car movement because it's probably just once or twice a day, right?
Correct.
Like that person's not in and out, in and out.
And they, they're employees. So if somebody needs to move the car to get the other car in, it works out.
Right, and you have the alley too. I'm sorry, you have the alley as well to use as a staging area, like to move the things in and out. But
right.
Yeah.
And the other thing too, with the employee parking designation only, we're showing up late afternoon before, the lot is crowded and we're leaving after. So navigating a car into those spots, there's no, there's nothing prohibiting it. So I think it's easily achieved.
Okay. So that was my first comment. So the next comment's it's more about how you're going to be using this parking lot. I'm wondering what you're seeing, or maybe what you've already implemented from the industry about how you go forward with removing density from your restaurant, right? With the new COVID rules or whatever that is. I know that you're already not using the full footprint of the table, of the restaurant, if you will, the full capacity of the restaurant because of the parking lot. But do you think you'll be further removing tables to deal with whatever's coming up next?
So the seat count is partially determined by square footage, right? And then parking and bathrooms, and so we are we're only licensed for 140, and I think in my experience, the square footage would allow for significantly more. So I think we have quite a bit of square footage in there. So depending on what the rules are, the 6 feet, I think, is what's being talked about now. I don't think we're going to see a radical decrease in our seating. But they're also, I mean, currently they're talking about the bar being eliminated. So for the immediate, in the short term, you're going to have less people using in the restaurant. And then I guess it's anybody's guess where we end up in 6 months and a year if we're back to, again, if 6 feet becomes the standard. I think for the most part, all our dining room tables are 6 feet. Our private dining room, we may lose a table or two. And our back private dining room would remain the same. We have plenty of space in there. There's only 4 tables currently. And then the bar would be the question. The high tops and the left to right seating versus, traditional table seating. So,
okay. So that's what I was trying to understand, whether we were going to see a lot less tables, but that's not going to change. So do you think you'll see a lot more takeout, or have you seen a lot more takeout? Are your spaces striped for like 5-minute takeout spots or anything like that?
I think the takeout is going to be larger. We've always done a decent amount of takeout. But what we do find is people are calling ahead, and when you pull up to the revolving door, it's pretty easily managed to meet a car right out front, and to the closest to the entrance near the handicap, there are 3 spaces. I think we're going to do, but the parking lot's small enough, and there are egresses around the building where if anybody took a spot, carrying out would be easy. We can do it, and coming in to pick up, I think, is very functional. I think we're going to see a higher percentage of takeout, but that again is anybody's guess. It's anybody's prediction, I guess.
I was just trying to understand a little bit about how the parking usage might evolve, going forward.
Yeah. I mean, right now it's blind right now, but I think so. We have a door on all sides except the northern side, but our people can walk takeout out very easily, and that seems to be method of choice by most customers right now. But certainly coming in and picking up at the front foyer is easily accomplished as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, John.
All right. Others before we open it up? Others from CPDC? I guess I'll, unless I hear from anyone else, I guess I have 2 proposed changes to the, well, actually maybe 3. 3 proposed changes to the decision. And we don't have it up in front of me, but conceptually, right, we can talk through these a little bit and then go from there. One is, you had noted, oh, thank you, that
This is Main Street.
that the
Oh,
that the spaces would be noted as for employees. I want to make sure that they will be signed, that there will be a sign there that says employee parking only. And
It's on page 4.
oh, whoop, go back, go other way.
No,
Oh, okay, so
no,
last
you're on, one more down.
Oh,
There you go. Next one.
employee only parking right here.
Yep.
You can add language about signs being included though.
didn't I see a sign? Wasn't there a sign section on the page before that?
Maybe.
Well,
Maybe it didn't say anything about employee only, but
I
Yeah,
think
just
that's
one
getting more
signage.
building signage.
yeah.
okay, yeah. Sorry.
That's okay.
Andrew, do you have the Word version up?
I do.
Can you edit it while we talk?
Yep. So I can change this to say the proposed parking area shall be signed as approved here and shall be signed as employees only and utilized by
I
employees.
would say shall be utilized by employees and signed as such, or of Fusili's Casino and signed as such.
I think I would say with signage. Like, I like the word signage better.
Okay.
If that's
Yeah.
okay. Signed, I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah.
What it means, but it sounds a little wonky.
Yeah, it does.
Where are you adding that? Because there's a condition that says no signage is approved, so I'll have to edit that as well.
Well, by that one, I think we mean more like building signage and site.
Right, but we probably should be explicit about that. Yeah.
You can specify that.
Could we up there say no site signage other than reference this point under here, other than referenced in conditions? This is Heather, sorry.
Yeah.
So at the end of number 4, can you just add, or are you going to do this in real time or later?
I am doing this in real time, but it's not on the shared screen.
Oh, okay. Maybe that should just say after the period and possible, it should just say signage shall be installed, identifying area as employee only parking.
Got it.
And I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit going to this before I open it up to the public meeting, but I think, right, I want to make sure that we sort of get people understand where we're going with this. So I want to make sure that we. The other item is, as you mentioned, and I don't know where this goes in here, and Julie and Andrew, maybe you can help out. You mentioned this is for employee parking, right? That's what we had talked about. I want to, and we just talked about capacity. I want to make sure that this parking isn't later construed as changing the capacity of the restaurant. So can we, and I don't know if that's a condition or just I don't know where that goes in here.
Would it be a finding?
No, I think it needs to be a condition. I think what you're trying to say, correct me if I'm wrong, is that this parking, because some of it's a little bit hard to navigate, should not be included as part of the minimum parking requirements that help determine the amount of seating that the building can have.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
So I
That
think
would-
it would be in like a
I think it's
ongoing
like, yeah, general condition.
general, yeah. So those are usually at the top. So let me see here. Yeah, we can make a condition for that.
I can do that.
So as not to put Andrew, right, well, right, you're not typing on this one, so we can continue on while you do that, right, Andrew? Okay.
Yep.
And the third item, let's talk about the fence. I have a proposed solution, and I think this will spur into another discussion. I would propose that in the decision that it says that it should say that a fence, 6-foot fence, shall be installed along the, I'm going to call it the northern boundary. We might need to be called something else, but along that northern partial boundary, unless a agree, Julie, we were talking about this.
Like unless an alternative.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Unless an alternative can
mean,
be arranged
would like
with
to
the
see-
abutting property owner.
You're gonna have to mute somebody.
I'm working on it.
Can I jump in there, or should I still wait?
If
If it's relative to fencing, or should I wait?
you can hold off, we want it right. Let's wrap this concept together, and then we'll open it up.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think we need to add a condition.
I was gonna say that sounds like a condition more than a finding.
So I think what you're trying to say is that a 6-foot fence shall be installed unless the applicant and the abutter work out an alternate solution.
Yes.
To screen the abutter's property from, or this property from the abutter.
Yes.
Okay. So we can add a condition.
Yep. I'll make note of that.
Somewhere in here. We'll figure it out.
Yep.
So I guess even though, right, it's great that you'll have arborvitae, it'll soften things some. But I think, a fence might be a better solution for buffering between this and the neighbor. But that being said, if the agreed upon solution is to rebuild the fence that's on your neighbor's property, I don't want to stand in the way of that. But I think in one way, something sort of beyond just the arborvitae needs to be done.
Understood.
Comments from the board on any of those suggested changes before I open it up to the public? All right, hearing none. So do we have comments from the public on any aspect of this?
I have comments.
Sure. And can you, I'm sorry, I can see your name on there, and you live, your address is?
113 Hopkins Street.
Okay.
So, should I start?
Sure.
Parking spaces that are going to impede on farther than 30 feet. how much farther than the 30 feet will they impede?
Chad, what's his name? Chad?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, it's going to intrude further in the wetlands than the 30 feet. Is that correct?
I think I understand what her question
They have
is.
to go to the zoning board of appeals for.
Can I answer that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sure, because I'm
Who
not,
are you?
yeah.
I think what the abutter is asking is that we went to the Board of Appeals for beyond 30 feet. The bylaw allows a 30-foot extension into the other zone for purposes of parking, and that basically is already used up 100%, pretty much. Those bottom 3 spaces, including the dumpster, or the bottom 2 spaces, including the dumpster that exists to the southeast. We are extending that 6 more spaces, so 6 times 9 is 54 feet. So I think the answer to the question is 54.
54 feet in which direction?
Easterly.
So is that away from my property, closer to, I don't know what easterly means. Could you
Parallel,
just explain
towards
it
the woods.
as far as parallel? Okay, so
Is it
behind
Patricia?
my
Patricia, can you
house.
see the plan? I'm sorry, Patricia, can you see the plan?
Yeah, but I'm not really used to.
No, that's
being
okay.
able
I'm going to have,
read
Andrew, are you driving this?
Julie,
No, I am.
Julie, can you zoom in on it and just sort of wave your cursor so she can see where this is happening?
Absolutely.
So that's your property on the top of the page. At
Yeah,
the top
right
of the
here.
page, that's your fence.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so parallel to your fence, going towards the woods, if you will, away from the dumpster, is this dark area. And this dark area is the new parking. And you can see there's 6 spots at the bottom of it where the cursor is. And that's about 54 feet across from the dumpster towards the woods, not towards your house, parallel to your fence.
Okay. And, okay, so that answers that question. With regards to coming up with an alternative solution, I mean, anything that is going to be agreed on, I would appreciate having us agree on it now or as a group, because my experience has been that Mr. Palmer doesn't honor or follow any of the rules and things. So, so I'm not in, so if we could just determine now what's going to be done, I'd appreciate that. And I'd also like to know if it can extend into the back where the woods are, so to speak, if that can be fenced as well, because there is, you know, there will be lighting issues and parking issues and employee coming and going issues, and also it would be nice if it all looked the same rather than some picket and some white vinyl. So I'd ask for that to be considered. And then I don't know if we want to just keep going through my comments, or you want me to stop and explain. Just let me know what you would like to do. Also, sort of relative to the fence that was already being spoken about, I think you call it after arborvitae, is that the correct term? Is that a tree, or? Because the last time that we met, we talked about the potential to have evergreens put in, where Mr. Palmer took down several trees that were have been in mitigation for like maybe 2 years, maybe a little more or a little less. But we also discussed the potential to have that rectified before the deadline on this project, you know, continues on and on. So I don't know whatever happened with that.
Okay, so
The next thing I have is the Department of Environmental Protection. Were you aware of their involvement? Because I appealed the decision from Conservation.
yeah,
And there's like a pretty thick packet of things and protocols that Mr. Palmer will have to report to the Department of Environmental Protection as he goes on with this project. And I'm just wondering who from the town will be overseeing that, or who will be the contact person for me with the town relative to that, or for us with the town, I should say.
and then do you have other items? Is that your list?
Should I keep going? I'm not sure if you're waiting for me.
Well, we'll take the ones that you've put out there so far. So, starting at the back, the deep DEP, and you know, I'll leave some time here in case I get this wrong, but for anyone to add in some detail here. But the deep DEP appeal, and that all had to do with the jurisdiction of the Town Conservation Commission and the issues associated with the wetland buffer zone. You know, we're not passing the buck here, but right, each board has different jurisdictions in town, and the Conservation Commission addresses those issues. What we address are, you know, site development issues like putting in the paving, the building design, and what have you. So
Okay.
what I understand has happened, right? You filed an appeal with DEP, and that was heard, and that their original decision, Conservation Commission's original decision, was upheld. And I think that
it was upheld, but there's quite a long list of
conditions.
additions
Yep.
to the, I don't know what you call it, but the rules that you have to follow
So
as you go along. So I would think that could potentially impact what you're involved in, or any other department's involvement. So I didn't know if anybody had the opportunity to review that packet yet.
yeah, so
Your board, from your commission.
right. So the Conservation Commission has all of that information. There's actually,
Are
right,
you hearing me,
same
or
plan.
I'm confused?
Excuse me?
Okay.
The Conservation Commission has that information.
I'm sorry, what?
The Conservation Commission has
Yes, and
information.
yes, and Mr. Palmer, has it also.
Right. And so there's a conservation agent that works for the town that will review that material and continue to monitor that those conditions are held. That's a separate process than the process that we're going through right here. This has more to do with zoning, the town zoning bylaws. So the other couple of and so you also brought up the issue about the trees that were taken down and some tree replacement. That also was wrapped into that whole to the Conservation Commission process. But you did bring up two items about the fencing. I'll go first with the fencing. The idea of fencing along the eastern, I'm going to say eastern edge of the parking. That area, that area, right? That's all in that wetland buffer. I don't think that. Well, certainly as designed right now, they couldn't install fence, and I'm not sure what that fence would be from our perspective. What that fence would be fencing out or screening in.
Well, there's a fence there now, so there's allowed to be a fence there. So, I mean, it's just, this is the point that screening to us is not a solution that we seek, because Mr. Palmer just cuts down whatever he feels like cutting down whenever he feels like cutting it down. So screening to us is not a good solution to the problem. So that's why I'm asking about the fencing. We've been 2 years now, over 2 years, when initially it was difficult to even get Mr. Palmer to come or to respond to the Conservation Committee about being in non-compliance. So, to me, this is 2 years down the road. It's getting tiring.
Yeah,
we would like it to be over with.
You're right. I agree. We spent a lot of time on
but of course, in a way that is suitable to us, as well as you're interested in it being suitable to all parties, I would hope.
So
yeah. So it's like my daughter's graduated from college in the meantime since this started,
Yeah.
So anyway, so the fence was an issue. The trees I'll go through conservation. The back parking, we are hoping that in addition to putting signage about the employee parking, that you could put or add a condition maybe about parking in that back driveway, because there are constantly several cars parked there. It's not just the Bobcat, it's the Bobcat plus sometimes 3-4 cars doubled in there. So, that would be appreciated, since we're beginning to be surrounded by parking. And additionally, we would love to see, I don't know if this is your commission, but we would love to see no parking in front of our house on Hopkins Street.
Yeah, that's not.
Although the first time that the site plan was approved, this plan included employee parking on the premises of 8 spots, which never got signed and never got used. Yeah, so, it's very difficult.
Yeah, so the parking on the street is not something that we have this board has the authority to do. I think that parking issue has been brought up with the select
Yeah.
board, and I believe
Make
right there's that
alternatives.
discussion. So we're not going to go over that. Really, the item that is in front of us that we have some control to try and what we're going to try and do is mitigate any impacts to your property from the construction of these additional seven spaces. And so what we have
So
nine
7 spaces, wouldn't the need for the 3 or 4 parking spaces in front of our house be alleviated? I thought that was the reason. At one point, that went into the reasoning to obtain approval for the extra spaces. So it seems relevant to me, but.
Well, it is, but we don't have power to legislate the use of the street, the use of the public street. That's not what we have any control over. And so by installing these additional parking spaces, yes, there would be less demand. Reason says there's less demand for parking in front of your house, but we can't put any rules saying that no one but you can park in front of your house.
Who is that up to?
That's
because those spots were being filled not upon demand. They were being filled when the parking lot was virtually empty.
That's the select board.
Who would that be?
The select board.
Okay. All right.
So the thing that we could talk about here is a fence along the back of your property, where you have a fence there already. And there's I guess there's 3 options, I think, unless anyone can think of some others. What they're proposing right now is your fence remains there the way it is, and they're going to install 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Yeah, about 8 are evergreen trees, arborvitae, and maybe there's some other stuff in there too. But so some vegetative screening. So that's what they're proposing right now.
That was supposed to be done. I know it's not your commission, but that in your board's, issue to hear or resolve. But that was in because of the trees that were taken down without a permit.
Okay.
So that really is an old issue. That has nothing to do with the fencing. And we definitely do not want fencing put up in front of or behind the fencing that's already there, because that would be a real eyesore.
So, right, that was alternative 2. The benefit in my mind of fencing on this property would be that we have, the town being we, have some control in sort of enforcing that fencing remain there and be functional as a fence. But if that's not preferred, we can.
Excuse me, it isn't fencing that we're opposed to. It's at one point it was discussed to keep the picket fence there and then put the vinyl fence, I'm assuming, behind it. So we would see either coming and going or from the house 2 heights of fencing. So it isn't that we don't want the vinyl fencing put in. We just don't want it put in alongside what's already there. So what's already there would be removed preferably.
Here's the issue. We can't require the applicant to do anything on your property. It's your property. The town has no jurisdiction on your property. He has no jurisdiction. He can offer to remove it, but we can't put that, we cannot include that as a condition, which is why I suggested that an agreement be made between the two property owners. The only thing that we could require is that he install a fence on his property or not. So if the decision, right, that's what I wanted to get at. If the decision is to put a fence on this property and he agrees that in putting that fence up, he'll take yours down, then that seems like a solution. The other solution could be that they replace the fence on your property with, I don't know the condition of that, but with one, maybe it's a vinyl fence, could be even a little bit higher. But again, that's not something that we can require them to do. That's something that they could offer to do.
And so how does that get what's the process in getting that agreed to? I mean, that's done outside of town hall, or can it be agreed on now or no?
It could be agreed on now.
But it's not in our, it wouldn't be in the decision. It's between you and the landowner.
Right.
Now,
I think
listen, when we did this when we had the development going on South Street, we had, 25 to 50 properties abutting a development. And everyone was relying on the developer to put in the trees and the fencing, which they did. But my recommendation to all the property owners, and I live on South Street, was plant your own trees and then no one can cut them down. So if you are concerned about screening that back line, you could plant some stuff back there and no one could ever take it down.
Well, okay, but that's not really, that's fine, that's a solution, but that doesn't really, as a resident of the town who went through the process of the first site plan approval and conditions.
I understand, but he's going to have to plant all these trees now that he's showing. He's going to plant all these trees that he's showing.
Well, I'm just saying, so that's easy for you, sir, but the better alternative as a taxpayer in town would be for the town commission to uphold what they decide goes into a site plan, and to enforce when someone doesn't respond to their direction of replanting trees that they took down without a permit.
Isn't that what these trees do here, the maples?
Yes.
So Jeffrey, can you tell me which trees are ones that are replacement trees? And I guess the thing that maybe comes into play here is, no, please, I asked Jeffrey to answer a question.
Yeah,
Sure.
okay.
Thank
you. You know what? This is getting old. I'm sorry.
I agree.
I've been here over and over and
I agree.
over.
Jeffrey, which trees are the ones that are replacement trees?
Sure. There are 3 replacement trees, 2 next to the silver maple, just to the west of spot number 1. Julie, if you could put your hand over it. Keep going to the left. Yep, those 2 right there. And then 1 to the right of that, we're behind the snow storage. Those are the maple trees.
There were 7 trees. 7.
If he's still responding, if you can let him respond, please.
And then we are proposing 8 arborvitae trees to supplement the existing trees along the property line. The existing trees are shown. Those are the 8 nice and dark. and the existing trees are shown with little dots on them. You
Okay,
can see 'em.
so were those arborvitae part of the discussion and solution with the Conservation Commission?
Correct. They were originally wanted trees in different locations, but we all agreed to move them along the northerly property line to help protect, to provide some screening, correct?
All right. So,
And if, I thought though, excuse me, that we never really resolved the trees and the height of the trees and all of that. That conversation never concluded.
Well, I disagree. There's a conditions that discusses it. What are conditions?
so even if, Jeffrey, even, but you need to, right, you can't take those arborvitae out and replace those with a fence because that's already part of the Conservation Commission.
No, but there's room right behind them, right along the property line. That's where the fence would go, right along the property
And
line.
you think there's a room in there?
There is definitely room. The only place it wouldn't be room is that 30-inch silver maple tree is a very big trunk.
Oh, right, yeah,
That's about where that's where the fence would stop anyway.
yeah.
Can I ask a quick question? Jeff, if you put a fence back there, which is in the 100-foot wetlands buffer, would you need to go back to the Conservation Commission?
No, interestingly, you can put fences in the buffer zone. It's exempted.
What about if you encroach on the 35 or 25? You can't do that.
Perhaps, but if you made it a condition, we could go back to Conservation Commission before we do it. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Because what happens is a fence still allows for movement. It doesn't cut any trees down. It doesn't alter the wetland at all. There's no grading. There's no removal of vegetation. That's what the ZNV is for.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So I guess what I'm thinking is with the, my original concern was along this fence, I'm going to call it this property line. My original concern, I know back from September was the grade change, the elevation change. And maybe it was mentioned that the condition of the fence on your neighbor's property was not so good.
Correct.
And is that the case?
That's essentially the case. It's not bad, but it's not, it's an older picket fence. Correct.
Right.
But that's their fence. Why don't we just put more plants in? We've got a strip of land between the required trees and the fence. You could stagger some more plants.
Well, that's on the neighbor's property.
Yes, I know, but we're trying to, someone's proposing to build a fence on their property. Why not just put plants on their property? Then they would be their plants. No one could cut them down.
No, we are opposed to that. We would like a fence.
Well, I'm not saying to take your fence down, but if you want a new fence, I guess then that's something you can agree to.
A fence, as you originally discussed. See, everything changes every step of the way.
No, this is a discussion. No. This is a discussion.
You agreed to get your commission meeting, and the decision made by the commission, Conservation Commission, no thinking that a fence was going in. And then when you're done there, as usual, another thing is proposed after the fact. It's really very unfair. I'm sorry, but it is. And I'm sorry if I'm getting a little heated, but it's really, when is enough enough? Seriously.
So let's go back. Really, there's two solutions here. There's two solutions to this issue, and we've talked around in circles now in this meeting, and we spent an hour and a half in the meeting back in September talking about it. It's very simple. There's two options. Either vinyl fence gets installed along the property line, but on the Fusili's property, or they agree to install a new fence along on your property. I will say that the town doesn't have as much control to make sure that that fence is A, installed, and B, maintained, because that fence is now your responsibility. So those are the two options that I see.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah.
I will not, I'm not gonna,
It's on our property, as long as the maintenance of it was needed because of things that did not happen or occur to it because of parking or an accident or snow storage or et cetera, because that's part of the reason, truthfully, that the fence now isn't in that great shape.
Okay,
is
well,
because Mr. Palmer used to put his snow removal, snow storage up against the fence. So that's part of what the problem was.
okay, Mr.
So
Palmer.
if he wants to put it on his property and maintain it, and that allows you to have dirt, that's fine. We can remove our own fence that's already there, okay? If that's the way we have to do it to get it done, that works.
there you go.
Mr. Palmer?
If he doesn't want to agree to remove what is there, to put, and we'll take responsibility for removing the fence.
Okay.
But we prefer if he has the responsibility for maintaining the fence that's there to serve a purpose for his property.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, so what I would suggest is I
In the
will,
conservation.
Okay, can you please let Mr. Palmer speak?
Yeah,
What I-
sure.
what I would suggest is I will not step foot on her property. That's not gonna work out for anybody.
Understood.
So my option is, I think the only option is why don't we put in the order of conditions, a 6-foot vinyl set fence from the back easterly corner up until the silver maple.
Yeah.
And if she doesn't like the aesthetic of her picket fence against my vinyl fence, then she can address it on her own property.
Okay. I think that's what was just
You know
agreed.
what? I don't like that idea.
Didn't you just say,
Okay?
You just said that.
you just said that you agreed with that?
Okay, is it going all the way around or just on one side?
Just on one side, just to address the impacts of this additional parking to your property.
Okay, and so even though Mr. Palmer agreed in the Conservation Committee to remove the fence, he's not, once again, he's not a man of his word. Is that what you're telling me, Mr. Palmer? Big surprise. Well, I'm sorry, but,
So,
you know.
John, I'm
following
confused.
it
So the
exactly
conservation order of conditions
Yeah.
are asking him to remove a fence?
No.
No, that
No.
wasn't in the condition, it was.
So then what is she,
Conversation.
I don't know.
what is she speaking to?
So if we can,
She has a name, actually. And she is sitting right here.
I'm sorry, it's hard to carry on a conversation while you won't let others speak, so we need to speak over you.
I've let others speak for 2 years and then some. It's now my turn to speak.
So where is this condition then that he's required to remove a fence? I mean, it's on her property. Is that what we're talking about? Are you saying that he was required to remove the fence on your property?
I'm saying that I just said, I'll say it, I'll repeat it. It isn't a condition in the conservation's list of conditions. It was a conversation that was had with the commission, myself and Mr. Palmer's side, and himself and his representative, which I'm sorry, I would call you by name, but I can't, off the top of my head, I'm not recalling it. So it's not to be meant to be disrespectful, but it was a conversation that was never put in to the order of conditions, that even at the time that it was being discussed, that I asked for it to be put in, it was not put in. So
Again,
now
probably because they don't
it's
have
not
jurisdiction.
anything that,
That might be
know,
because they don't have jurisdiction to put that kind of a condition in. Do you understand that part?
I don't know the correct word. What?
What I was saying was they probably, like us, without,
Yeah, I
we don't,
understand. It's
okay.
right, but still.
So it can't be in there. Like, we can't write language in there that says they're gonna.
I understand, but
Okay.
it was something that.
Okay, so what do you want? Do you want
I
your
agree
fence
with you.
taken down and Mr. Palmer to put a fence? Okay, well, I'm just gonna mute myself, John, you deal.
It was something Mr. Palmer agreed to, if you let me finish. That he's no longer agreeing to. And of course, no one at Town Hall seems to be able to enforce anything. So I don't know why, as an abutters even go to these meetings.
Oh, okay, so if you,
my honest
all right,
input.
so we're going to
Because-
move on with people that believe in the process. I think that I
Well,
think
the
that
process has failed me, so
Okay.
I'm only
We
speaking for
can't-
myself.
we can't enforce conversations that we weren't a part of. So.
I understand.
You know, and if they weren't written down, there may have been some reason, like Nick suggested, that was a discussion point that, when thought about, they realized that it wasn't enforceable. So what I'm gonna, if we can go to actually, let me open it up. Are there others in the public who have any comments?
If you want to speak, please raise your hand and we will acknowledge you.
All right, hearing none. Julie, can you go back to the decision?
Mm-hmm.
So I think what we want to include, right, or did we? I forget where we ended up. The applicant suggested a length of fence, right? From
the existing silver maple easterly to the property corner.
I think that there might be some language in here about the fence that kind of about that exact same thing.
So it's a finding, and I also added a condition that fence be installed.
All right, so here's what was discussed in highlighted yellow at the bottom of the screen. Is that visible to everyone?
Yep.
So that's a similar thing to what Michael suggested.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to the 25, no disturb, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you, delete out where CBD should discuss, have it start at the base of silver maple, run 25 to the no disturb.
Okay, and actually we have here the 6-foot solid board fence. So would we want to change that to a 6-foot vinyl fence?
I would suggest that, yes.
And then instead of northern property line of the proposed area, we'll specify exactly the maple. Okay. And then we'll also incorporate it as a condition at the very bottom. So it'll be a finding and a condition. Okay. And I think that covers it.
All right. So,
My hand raised, so I'll wait till you call on me, but.
sure, go ahead.
I never heard what your input on the back driveway / alleyway where the parking is occurring where it shouldn't be. Is there going to be signage put out there? I mean,
Well-
you're discussing here tonight that no one parks there and everyone's agreeing that nobody parks there. So what would be the problem then with putting up a sign that stipulates that?
Yeah, we could put up a sign there, but there's no way to enforce it. I mean, the police aren't going to see it and come running in and making them not park.
Well, maybe if I keep calling them, they will.
That's what you would have to do, yes, exactly.
Question, shouldn't that be a fire lane anyway?
No.
It is a fire lane.
Is it marked as such and therefore there shouldn't be parking back there?
That's correct. They shouldn't be parking back there.
I can clarify what the fire department's feedback was. The fire department feels that since they have access to the other 3 sides of the building, they don't necessarily need to use that back alley as a fire lane.
So that's where they're using it.
Well, still the original site plan stipulates no parking back there. So that's another thing that's been non-compliant. And even this evening, if you look at when you type or whoever types up your minutes, or you can go look at the video from our CCTV, and you have the conversation right here tonight about parking, and you were told that no one parks there when you asked. That there's only a Bobcat back there, and there's no parking. So then, if that is true, then why would it be an issue to make somebody adhere to what they told you was true?
I guess I don't have, I have no opinion one way or another. Certainly, right, including these additional parking spaces will leave parking on the site in general and around the property. I recall even from the original site plan discussion back in, was that like 10 years ago, it feels like now, that there was discussion about employees parking back there, at least temporarily, while they load in and out. So I'm not all that inclined to say there can't be any parking there.
That wasn't employee. That was not employee.
There was always a discussion of having some car back there, whether it's parking long-term or not.
Making delivery to the property, and I'm sure that you can revisit it. I'm sure that you're able to revisit the original site plan, even though it is 10 years ago. If you're not, I can give you a copy because I have one.
Yeah. So I guess the question, I guess I'm opening it up to the rest of the board. I'm not sure what that would do of identifying that as no parking, because certainly there needs to be some car access back there for loading. So it's sort of an unenforceable no parking zone.
Actually, Mr. Chair, it actually is enforced because all the parking that's provided by your permits, either previously or tonight, are indicated on the plan with a number on them. For example, that 6 and that 1. And if you look at the rest of the plan, they have numbers. Those are the legal parking spaces approved. Anything but that would not be legal.
So this is Heather. A question I have, and I don't yet feel strongly one way or the other about marking it as no parking. But in terms of process, if we were to require the property owner to mark it as no parking, normally when there's a no parking sign on private property, if somebody parks there, it's the property owner that calls, right? It's not enforceable by the police. So I guess, with all due respect, I think it's fine to maybe sign it as parking. There is a Bobcat parked back there now as no parking, but I guess in all reality, I kind of want to manage the expectation for the abutter that it's probably not enforceable. So I throw that out there.
That's correct. The police department does not typically enforce parking on private property.
But I say that really hearing the concern from the abutter of not wanting to be surrounded on all sides with parking. And I guess I have really high hopes that by adding these very tight additional spaces and by creating a fence, installing a fence that then the property owner is responsible for. So if it gets damaged from snow, presumably you will maintain that. I have high hopes that will alleviate the parking issue on Hopkins Street if employees were parking out there, for instance, to possibly save the parking in the rest of the lot for customers. So I'm hoping that by marking that as employee parking, designating as an employee parking, and doing as much as possibly can be done to screen that back area, that we can alleviate parking at least on one side, which is the street side of it. And if cars are being parked in the area along the back side of the building when they aren't designated as parking spots, I suppose that is a problem, but I don't know that no parking signs will alleviate that problem.
Well, it will only be alleviated, quite frankly, if the owner who is sitting here telling you he would abide by it. There's nothing anyone can control. There's nothing anyone else can do to make a person be a person of their word. You either are a person of your word or you're not.
Yeah, and so I guess in the end, there's really nothing that we should or could, in terms of an enforceable condition on this that would change the way that backspace is used. So I'm not sure that we can or need to do anything.
Why couldn't you?
So I just told you there's really no condition that we can include. The only thing that we could include is to close off that entire area.
You choose
So any other items to discuss before we close the
It's
public?
not closing it off. it's not saying people can't deliver. From 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the afternoon till closing time, and then leaving at closing time in a driveway that's right next to our windows. So if you chose to do it, sir, you certainly could. You just choose not to.
Okay, we've now talked about this for an hour and a half back in September, an hour and a half. Now we have gone through all these issues. So, are there any other items before we close the public hearing? All right.
I asked you if it was appealable, your decision, and I didn't get an answer. Is it appealable? And
Yes.
if so, where do I find the protocol on that appeal process?
I can answer that. The answer is yes, it is appealable. You can find information about the appeal process under section 4.6.10 of the Reading zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
I make absolute sure that's the correct reference. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other items before we close the public hearing? Do I have a motion?
Motion to close public hearing on 107 Main Street, major modification to site plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Do I need to do a roll call? Is that how I do this?
Yes.
All right. Rachel? All those in favor? Rachel?
Aye.
Nick?
Aye.
I'm sorry. Pam?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
And sorry, Tony, right?
Yeah, I don't get the vote.
So let's, we have the decision right in front of us, or not in front of us, but we went through the decision. Any comments on the decision that we edited, or as we edited it? Any other items to go over? Hearing none. I'd entertain a motion. Anyone?
Are we motioning to approve? Is that where we're at? Or the
I
go through the conditions?
No, I think that, right, unless anyone has any items to discuss on the conditions, I mean, we can go through them, but I think we've, right,
Okay.
we went through them before the last time we went through them again. I think they're all pretty ripe.
All right, motion to approve major modification to site plan for 107 Main Street, Fusilli's, I can't do it, Cucina.
Second.
As amended, please.
As amended, thank you.
All right, so a roll call vote. Heather?
Aye.
Pam?
Aye.
Nick?
Yes.
Yes for me. Sorry, who am I missing?
Rachel, aye.
Oh, Rachel, sorry, I can't see you. So Rachel, yes. You said yes.
Yes, aye.
Okay. All right. So I think that,
John, I'm sorry. I don't know if you voted.
Oh, I said yes.
Okay, very good.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So that's 500.
Great.
All
Thank
right.
you, everyone.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck at the rest of your meeting.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So moving along, let's see. We had a item at scheduled at 7:45, which was a continued public hearing, and the applicant requested that that it get continued yet again. So we will hear that once Julie brings something else up so I can see what
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I just stopped my screen share for a second. So the 7:45 item, they have asked to be continued to July 13th at 7:45. And so you just need to make a motion and a vote on that. Do you want me to share my screen again? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just trying to get the documents for Johnson Woods up.
Can I just declare that like I did?
You can. Yes.
Last meeting.
You can. Can you see this?
Yes.
Agenda now? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's
so the item, the continued public hearing for site plan review, 259, 267 Main Street, Stonegate Construction Corporation. That application will be continued to July 13th at 7:45 p.m. And then do we have another one that's being continued and we'll just do as well?
Yes, let me just scroll down and get it for you. It's this one right here at the top, 258 to 262 Main Street.
Okay, so we had an item that was scheduled at 8:15, another continued public hearing for a site plan review, 258 262 Main Street, Reading CRE Ventures LLC. That'll be continued to July 13th at 8:15.
Now for.
Can I guess, do we need to, I'm sorry, can you go back down? Since we're taking care of all this now, do we need to do anything with the sign permit application officially? That will, as I understand, we will not be hearing that tonight. Do we need to do anything? It's because it's just a sign permit application.
Right. Yeah. They decided last week that they were not ready to come speak with you tonight. So we're hopeful that they'll feel ready for the July 13th meeting, but we don't know that yet. So you don't have to do anything.
Okay. So anyone that was interested in that will be continued or will not be heard later tonight. And so we'll move to our second and last item on our agenda, public hearing for a minor amendment for the PUDR special permit, Johnson Woods.
And I'm just going to stop my screen share for a minute and load up all the documents and then
Mr. Chairman, as Julie loads her documents, I'd like to recuse myself once again from Johnson Woods.
Okay. That was Tony DeRezzo, for anyone that didn't recognize the voice that was saying that.
Okay, can everybody see the what we call the key plan?
I can.
Zoomed all the way out. Okay, and I think, John, I should, since we have a lot of people here and then probably didn't hear the opening.
Yeah. Oh, please do. So yeah, Julie's going to go over some ground rules just in terms of how we're operating this Zoom meeting. Go ahead, Julie.
First, hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for waiting and bearing with us. So first, I'll just say that this meeting is being held remotely via Zoom, and it's also being live streamed by RCTV. For anyone at home who's watching who has comments to provide or is having trouble accessing the meeting, if you wanted to join, my email is jmercier@ci.reading.ma.us. I will be monitoring my email throughout the meeting, so for anyone who's having any trouble, you can let me know. Anyone who's in the meeting, I would please advise that you keep yourself muted at all times, and if you have something to say during the public portion of the meeting, if you use the raise hand feature, which for anyone who doesn't know how to get to it, you need to click on Manage Participants at the bottom of your screen. You'll get a list of all the participants that will show up. You'll see your name, and there'll be an ellipsis. And when you click on that, there's an option to raise your hand. So if you raise your hand, we do have one member of the commission, Heather, who's monitoring the raise hand feature, and she will be letting John know when she sees raised hands during the public portion of the meeting. And when John acknowledges you, then please feel free to unmute yourself and provide your comments. If anyone's having technical difficulty who's part of this Zoom meeting, you can also use the chat feature. If that's available to you with your technical difficulties, and you can chat me directly and let me know, and I'll try to help you troubleshoot the best I can. I'm no expert by any stretch. So I think that about does it. And I'll turn it back over to John to get things started. Thank you.
Sure. And also, I just wanted, because it's sort of a different format here for people that just joined, to make sure we introduce the board members, because we may be interspersed among all the different icons. John Weston, I'm the chair. We have Rachel Hitch, Andrew McNichol, right? For me at the top there. He is the town planner. Pam Adrian, board member, Heather Klisch, Nick Safina are all board members as well. And I'll leave it at that.
And Rachel Hitch.
Great. Damn it, because you're buried somewhere in the icons.
You said my name first. Don't worry about it.
Sorry.
Okay.
A couple of things first, right? Because we have a lot of participants. I see some 37. I guess one thing that there have been, this is continued this is a continued meeting. We had asked Johnson Woods to provide us with sort of an overview of some changes. They've provided some information, which we can discuss. The town has, Cpdc, I should say, has certain controls, like if anyone was watching our last item, there are certain things that we can do. There are certain things that we can't do. We are Cpdc is not a homeowners association arbiter, I know, and so we're dealing with some of the development issues here. So there may be some issues that people want to bring up that may not be sort of germane to the discussion here. And so I may be, I don't want to say dismissive, but I may ask that certain items not be discussed here, not because we don't want to, we don't believe you or we don't have any opinions on them, just that it's already 9:15 and they're not, certainly there's a lot of issues here, I think, that I've heard that aren't necessarily a subject of this meeting. So just that's a overview at first. So with that being said, maybe if someone from Johnson Woods, do you want to present what you have here and what we're going to be going over? Brad? maybe.
I was going to say, I believe we have Brad Latham, Bill Bergeron, and Ted Moore here for the project, and potentially other people, I'm not sure. So if anyone from the Johnson Woods development team wants to start it off, that'd be great.
Brad, you look like you're trying to talk, and we're not hearing you. No, now you're on.
Oh, he's
muted.
muted.
It looks like your microphone is not working.
Yeah. Oh, here, I can try unmuting him. No, it's not letting me unmute him.
He's unmuted. He just.
There are two of them.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and so one of them is not, and I don't know if that's the issue.
He looks unmuted on my screen. Brad, if you have a phone nearby, you can call in also.
Yes. I'll just put the agenda back on the screen. So Brad, if you want to see the call-in number, I'll just pull this agenda up for you, okay? Right here.
Use your highlight tool.
Don't make this harder for me.
It's the highlighter on the side.
I have enough jobs right now.
I guess they don't teach that at Harvard.
Motto, actually. It's what I say to everything. I have enough jobs right now. Thank you. Who did that?
Rachel. Rachel's tech savvy.
I'm a dinosaur.
All right, so I can go back?
Yeah.
I'm here now. This is Bill Bergeron.
Hi, Bill.
You're probably going to get an echo because I have my computer, but it's not working on that.
It's not too bad. So if you keep talking, we're good.
You have to.
And what you can do is you can mute the computer, and then you won't get the feedback of your voice coming through the computer.
All right. The first plan that we have is up, which is the larger plan. Up in the right-hand corner, there are 3 notations showing what the minor modification requests are. The first one that's noted is Building 47, which is the one on White Oaks Lane, is being suggested. It's currently a duplex unit. And what Mr. Moore would like to do is convert that to a single-family unit and take the extra unit from that and actually add it to Unit 33, which is on the lower portion of the site adjacent to Trevor Court. Unit 33, originally approved, was a duplex, and that would go to a triplex unit. So that is basically the first change. We had provided detailed plans. Andrew on Friday had asked for some more clarification on the Unit 33, 32, and 34 spacing, and we provided him an additional plan on Friday showing those dimensions on the plan. The second proposed change was Building 9, which is basically at the corner of Green Meadow Drive and Johnson Woods Drive is Unit 9. Unit 9, again, was originally a duplex unit, and the proposal is to make it be like Unit 12A and 12B by splitting it into two separate units, that being 9A and 9B. The submittals that we made for this when we did this originally in February has a detailed 20-scale plan showing the delineation of 9A and 9B with their separation distances between unit building number 10, which is located on Green Meadow Drive, and unit number 8, which is located on Johnson Woods Drive. It meets all of the setback requirements. We had gone through this application with engineering after several iterations and had actually requested a building permit, and the building inspector said because it was different than what the original plan was, if you look at the large blown up scale, you can see underlying in the light gray where the original footprint was, and the dark ones are shown for having the building split apart. And then the last change that we proposed is on Trevor Court. Originally, when we had that approved, if the commission remembers, when we obtained the additional property, we were allowed to add buffers on property, but not increase the density of the site. But we were allowed to go up to the lot line on building 34 and building 35. The slight change in the orientation of building 34 was done in order to help with the construction on 33 as going to a triplex unit. So there is a large 20-scale plan of that site as well, showing the orientation of building 34, just rotating slightly from its original position, and showing the addition of building 33 as having 3 units instead of 2 units. So those were basically the modifications that we were requesting at this time, and those are the only ones that we see going forward in the foreseeable future. So this is basically going to be for the next few years. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Did I lose you?
No, thank you. That was good. I guess, so this is, just so that we're clear, right? This plan here is what you're considering what we had requested before about having a, overview plan that incorporates all the changes, all the plan changes, right? That's what we're looking at here. Okay.
Right. That was the purpose of this plan.
Yeah. And so I guess when I would like, there's a couple of things when I look at this, I see some potential issues. We have a now 15-year history with you all, right? And making slight changes and variations and stuff. And so to be confident that this is, sort of a good workable plan, I guess what I'd like to have a little bit more detail, and I'm sure you have it, right? I'm sure that there's more than these blocks that are shown here on the paper. Something that jumps out to me is like unit building 33, right? Which you said is now going to be a 3-unit building. So how do those driveways work? I mean, that's certainly close to that building now needs three driveways. That's very close to the intersection there with Trevor Court. Closer than I'm trying to imagine it, right? So And I don't want to have to imagine it. I want to know that you've sort of thought through all of those issues. Because right, what we don't want to do is be back here again saying, oh, we need to revise this, or we need to tweak that. We understand that stuff happens in the field, but let's make sure that this plan that we're looking at is sort of, or I want to feel comfortable that it's as close to a complete plan as possible. The other thing that I know that we have that has changed plans quite a bit from time to time is the location of trees. And so certainly where you're making these proposed changes, I'd like to see that you have taken that into account. Because just the block on the plan doesn't quite provide me with enough clarity and surety that this is really, this addresses all the things that we typically have seen be issues. Not that I'm doubting your civil engineering expertise, but I think we just want to understand that this is the plan, right? This is a workable plan, and that's what we're going to move forward with. So I'm a little, I appreciate you sending this, but I guess I was expecting a little bit more detail, or at least maybe not detail on this plan, but some backup.
Okay, I mean, obviously, certainly we can provide that. When Andrew wanted the setbacks for 33 to 34, we provided that right away and got it back to him. So I can provide the additional information for 33 to delineate where the driveways are on that. Unfortunately, 47 really has not been designed. It was just a conversion of a duplex to a single family. We can add where the driveway is going to be, and that's going to be a duplex driveway in the front of that. And on the units 9A and 9B, we had complete plans on that, along with all of the buildings on 34, 35, and 36 on Trevor Court. So I would hope that at this point, we can provide the additional information on 33, but the slight change that we have on 34 is just basically a rotation of about 5 feet. It's just rotating a little bit. So, and we are under construction of Trevor Court now, so I would hope that we could get 34, 35, and 36 approved. Really, 35 and 36 aren't even moving. It's just 34 a little bit. And the detailed plans that we've already provided the town after several iterations on 9A and 9B, I believe, I would at least hope that we could maybe get those approved, and then we can come back for 33 and 47 with some supplemental information.
Well, before we, I guess, go into that, I don't know if other board members have thoughts or other information that they're looking for.
Can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
With a quick question. So did you just say that building 33 is going from a duplex to a triplex?
Yes.
So how come
Yes.
that's not shown on this plan that's like right here in front of me? What am I missing?
The plan that we sent to Andrew on Friday was revised through June 6th, shows that. And the plan, the large 100 scale plan that is the overall site plan, shows it as a triplex as well.
So I just think that it would be helpful for all of us if you could be consistent about what it is you're proposing. So, all the plans that you give us show the same thing. That's just me.
I don't understand. when we originally submitted this in February, we were talking about the 47 splitting off and going in that direction. The Trevor Court plans were already submitted prior to that. So when we included it with all of the changes we wanted to make, we said, oh, we got to make 33 a triplex unit now, not a duplex unit. So we provided that. It was on some of the plans, but it was not on all of the plans. That's why we contacted, or Andrew contacted us and made us for the adjustment on the plan, which we sent on Friday.
So I guess this is right. This is the point is, even looking at this, right, before you build Trevor Court, don't you really want to figure out how the details of that, of building 34, or I should say, I want you to, because what I don't want to do is for you to build and sell, a building, one of the units in building 34, and then come back and say, oh, actually, the driveway for building 33 now needs to come off of Trevor Court. Right? I mean, no, because you've already sold that, right? Here's the thing, is that you have some flexibility because this is a planned unit development, but you're halfway through development now or something. I don't know what the percentage is now. But so any change you make is now impacting someone else's what they purchased. So the changes should be minimal and very well thought out. So I think we're past this point of, oh, let's shift this here, let's shift this there. Any shifting, we want to see that it doesn't ripple into other things. And that's a discussion that we had. What was that? Was that 18 months ago? It feels like. I don't know when it was. I shouldn't make things up. It was a long time ago. We had a discussion when we wanted this plan. And so, right, for you to be saying, oh, we submitted this plan in February, and then we just understood that we needed to change this, unit 33 to a triplex last month or 2 months ago. Like, that's exactly the thing. We want, before you're making changes, we want to see that all of the issues are thought through. And that's not a new request. It's the same request that we had that last time we talked with you. And that's a perfect, that's a perfect example of exactly what we were just talking about.
Why don't we drive this here? So if we were amenable to the changes for 34, 35, 36, why don't we condition it to having them submit a revised plan here that shows 33 in its correct configuration, and tell them that right now that the driveways for 33 need to come off Johnson Woods Drive. It looks like building 8 is a triplex. So is that the configuration you think you'll have for the driveways, 2 ganged and then 1 single?
Yes.
So can we see that on a larger plan, the revised plan, I guess, that they sent to Andrew on Friday?
The drives were not. The question that Andrew had was not where the driveways were going to be. The question was he wanted to see the offset to building 34.
No, I understand. And what I want to see here on this plan is whether you could actually put 3 driveways in off of Johnson Woods Drive without, as John mentioned, coming in off of Trevor Court. Because if the Trevor Court piece is approved, I don't want to see you guys again when the owner for 33 comes in or something like that. I don't know, something stupid comes in because you're going to try and put another driveway in on Trevor Court.
Right. And so the way that I see this is, I don't know, unless I'm looking at this wrong. And Nick, I like where you're going, but if I look at this, the driveway would come, there would be 3 driveways. One would come off the eastern edge of the building, right? And if I draw a straight line, right, it comes to the edge of the radius of Trevor Court as it
No,
comes.
look
Right,
at building.
that's not an acceptable condition.
No, I agree, but look at building 8. The driveway is inboard. It's not at the corner of the building.
Where is building 8?
Where
Right
is
there.
building 8?
It's at 12 o'clock on that page. 12 o'clock, right in the center. No, a little lower.
It's right, that's right near number 9.
Yeah, well, that's what it would be, right?
Yeah.
So if what I'm trying to do is, John, because I'm sick of seeing these people, is try to get it all resolved. If the driveway configuration would be like this, where it's 2 to the left side and 1 on the right side, but not at the edge of the building, then it gets away from the radius like you're suggesting. And so if we sort of tell them that that's what it has to be for 34, I'm sure Mr. Bergeron understands right now whether he can make it work or not. You won't have any other choices.
This is Heather, and I don't have 15 years of experience with this, but I guess I'd also like to see for that building number 33. I get that the configuration would be a little bit like number 8, but number 8 looks a lot wider than 33, and I'm just eyeballing it, of course. And even as I look at 33 on that overall key plan, converting it from a duplex to a triplex, it doesn't seem to be getting all that wider. So I'm puzzling in my mind how that's all going to fit. And I would love to see, I think that's what you're saying, John, on the same level of detail that's there on the new configuration for 34 and you see 35, 36, Trevor. I want to see how 33 fits there, because I'm also seeing the same kind of thing where it's like, I'm not sure.
Look at
how
building
that
45.
goes. 45.
It's at 9 o'clock on this page.
Oh yeah, I see it.
So it's deeper but narrower, and I think that's probably the configuration.
Yeah, I guess I'm not so comfortable just
it's a
guessing
smaller
at what's probably the configuration. Can we get the information?
I think, Ted is on this conference call, so if you unmute him, he can probably shed some light on that.
He can unmute himself.
Everybody should be
Go ahead,
unmute
Ted.
themselves.
I would be happy to do that. Building 33 is going to look like building 23. 23 is already built on the plan. It has 3 driveways, all off the street, and it's 20, and 33 will be several feet narrower than the duplex, just like building 20. 23 exists. It's actually 2 or 3 feet narrower than all the duplexes we have been building, and all the driveways come off of. There's a 2-car, a 1-car, and a 1-car, because the 1-cars are the interior parking on the 1-car are at least 2 spaces deep. So there's tandem parking plus a car outside. So they have 3 parking spaces, and the duplex, the right-hand unit of 23 has 4 parking spaces. So there's 3, 6, there's 10 parking spaces for building 23, 23, and that's the same configuration we would plan for building 33. As we build the same building that's already exists on 23 would be on 33.
So,
Even if we just by one hand or something.
Building 23's driveways are not shown on this plan.
It's
right. No, but they exist in real life, and there are 2 single cars and 1 2-car wide.
And so, Ted, on building 23, there's right in the front, right, that's the porch, right? The rectangle with the X, and there's a driveway to the left of that?
And to the right of that.
Okay, so that's exactly my point. So, great. Now, let's go take a look down at building 34.
34 is a duplex, not a...
33. 33. So when you put that driveway there, that driveway ends up into the radius of the curve into Trevor Court.
Let me take a look.
Right. So
the plan here.
So you can't do that, right? That's not Bill. You're not going to do that. And so realign. You're gonna try and move that building a little bit. You're gonna realign you're gonna do something different with Trevor.
No, we're gonna, there's no consider, we will not be coming off of Trevor Court. It'll be off Johnson Woods Drive.
Right, but
Maybe we have to start the driveways, you know, away from the curve and then have it migrate over to,
Ted, my point here is this plan hasn't been thought through because, right, you're just saying that it's going to look just like 23 or whatever that one we're just looking at, and it can't. So what we want is a plan before you start making changes. Have a plan. We want to see a plan that thinks through some of these things because we don't want to see, we don't want you to be back here and saying, oh, well, we need to shift this. Actually, Trevor Court needs to move over here. Like, you know, you don't want to be here either, right?
I hear you. So unfortunately, the way you have the plan up here, I can't, Julie doesn't have me looking at building 33 anymore. I can't see it, but you're right. I don't want to, but I bought Johnson Woods 19 years ago. And I don't think anybody was on the board. And the fact is, it's 300 units, and I'm looking at 33 now, and I think we can get into 33 without hitting the radius on the curve.
Well, I'd like to see that too before I approve that.
Okay, so I would ask Bill to provide that. But I'm looking at this plan, which is hard to, you know, it's such a small scale. It's hard to envision, but I think there's no intention of having 33's driveway off of Trevor Court. It will be off of Johnson Woods Drive. And happy to agree to any condition to that effect.
But I guess, Ted, right, that's really not the point. The point is that what we asked, however many months ago, that you provide a plan that shows all the changes. And what I'm looking at here is a plan that was developed even, as Bill said, relatively quickly within the past few months. And I'm not confident that what we're looking at here is more than some footprints here. And so you have continually come back to say, oh, we need to make this change because of this tree. We need to make this change because the grading doesn't quite right. We need to shift this foundation because the drainage, that's the point here, Ted, is that what we asked for the last meeting was a plan of all the changes. And I feel like this is not quite there yet. I mean, the changes might be adequate, but I don't feel like you've given the board enough information to agree to these changes.
Yeah. John, if I may, I've had my hand up, but I got missed. So I would ask this, as an interested party, I live at 18 White Oaks Lane. I'm interested in moving into 9B, and I'm wondering if we can bifurcate this issue and separate 33 from 9A and 9B, since those plans have been in place for a long time. It doesn't seem like there's anything controversial. And frankly, because of COVID, the board hasn't met now in months. So for us prospective owners, this is going on and on. I'm wondering if 9A and 9B could be treated upon separately, so maybe we can move that along.
With all due respect, we've worked over the past years of trying to move things along in a piecemeal approach, it's not working.
Well, they're two separate issues, though. I mean, they just happen to be on the same page. It could be removed. The 9A I'd be put alone.
Correct, but this is a development with 65 separate issues, but it's one development. They're different issues, but when taken in total, we continue this as looking at each little piece as a separate issue, and they end up all coming back together.
So, John, I need to interject myself for a moment. the board approved a plan initially where every house in the development had a one-car garage. And we learned after 2 or 3 years of doing that it didn't provide enough parking for what people wanted. And we worked hard with our design and modified our design to provide 2-car garages and 2 spaces outdoors. So we had 4 spaces per unit available versus 2. And that was an organic process. And had we said, well, we have a plan, it's fixed in time, we can't change it, that would not have happened. And we've made every year or two, we make modifications. This is a 20-year project. It's 300 houses in Reading. It's the largest project, I believe, residentially they've ever done. And as we learn things going forward, we try to make improvements for the benefit of the people living there and our residents. So going from 1-car garages to 2-car garages, yeah, it was a pain in the butt. You guys had to keep approving it, but it improved the development. And unfortunately, we'll probably learn something more in another year or two, and it could happen again. But that's the nature of something as complicated as 300 units over 20 years is. So we're not trying to hold anything back, but I learn as we go forward. I listen to our customers, I listen to our clients, and we make changes as we discover them. And that's what's happening here to some degree.
Yep, that's all good. Right, we're going to go back to the issue of looking. This was approved as a plan, and what we don't want, and we talked about this the last meeting, we don't want piecemeal approaches to changes, because as what continually happens is you make a change to one building, it impacts it impacts another building. So what we are asking you to do,
nobody's
and it has nothing to do with COVID and our whether we've had meetings recently or not, is when you're making these changes, look at the plan as a whole. And so, yeah, 9A and 9B, those issues are certainly different, but we're looking here at 33 and 34. And
there's nobody in 33. I think there probably are 1 or 2 people on the call who live across the street of building 59 who don't have a problem with building 33. And we're not going to put the driveway up every corner. Okay, I'm happy to.
All right, great. So when
I live across the street. Can I speak?
We can look at it.
Can I speak? I live across the street.
Is the public portion of this meeting open, or did?
I'd really prefer if we work through the board comments and the applicant comments, and then we can come out to the public comments. Thank you.
Okay.
So you hear what I'm saying, Ted? This plan doesn't provide enough detail for us to be confident that the changes that you're making are designed enough.
So, John, I wish we submitted this plan in February. It would have been nice to have heard about the fact that 4 months later we needed more detail because we could have provided them. So we've waited 4 months to have a hearing, and now we're told, oh, you want more detail?
Yep.
We can provide, but 4 months down the road, it's kind of hard to do a development where you can't have a hearing, and after 4 months, now you want more.
Ted, that's not fair, because it's been right. How many? What was it? The space and time between the last time we met and when you submitted these, or the time before? You're not. It's not like you've been knocking at the door with changes on a monthly basis, and we haven't been responding.
You don't want.
This is that we haven't had meetings on a monthly basis.
I agree with you on that.
In the past 15 years.
Okay, you asked me to try to give you all the changes. So after 1 month, I could give you one. After 3 months, I could give you one more. You wanted me to sum them up and try to give them to you all at once. And that's what we tried to do. We could have been in 3 times with one at a time, but we thought you wanted us to try to sum them up so you could have a more universal.
We do. Yeah.
Okay.
Other board, items, issues the board has before we open it up?
Are we still staying on 33, 34, 35,
Sure, if
or
you
the
want
rest
to.
of them as
Yeah.
well? No.
Yeah, 34 if you want.
No, I don't have any issues with these down here. I think it'll fit. I'm looking at the aerials for building 23 and I can see what they were doing with the driveway. So I think they can make it work there. But my question, my question would be, is this a PRD? I forget.
It's a PUDR.
PUDR. Is there a limit on the number of single families you can have, single family units?
No, the limit on the number of units total.
Total units. Okay. That was really the only other question I had.
The limit's 293, and between phase 1 and phase 2, and that's what we've never thought about changing that.
Okay. That's all I really had for that.
Nick, do you have comments on the other changes?
Yeah, that was the question was because some of the units were being made into singles, and I wasn't sure if there was a limit on the number of singles that was built into the decision as opposed to say the total. The total's not changing. I can see that. I just didn't know if there was a
Nick, the reason that I want to put a single on White Oaks Lane is because there are 300-year-old trees I don't want to cut down. If I have to put a duplex there, I have to cut the trees down. If I can do a single and save 20 feet, 25 feet in width, I can leave the trees.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I have no problem with it.
I say to people all the time, this is Johnson Woods, not Johnson Meadows. I could have cut all the trees down 20 years ago. I tried to save every single tree I could, and I'm still trying to do that.
So Ted, could you take a look at the other 100-year-old trees on the site, on the buildings that you haven't haven't built yet, and see whether there are other buildings that you may need to, that you may be considering modifying?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to do that, John, in real time, but it's hard to do that 100 or 50. I mean, I could not have told you 293 units ago what we would be able to do.
I agree. I completely agree. But you're now, I don't know how far you are through this, but
75%.
Yeah. So the number of units now that you have to look forward is considerably less, which is why we're asking, right? Why the request has come in of let's look at what you have left and the changes that you.
Yeah, I'm with you. We're trying to do that.
All right.
We're halfway there, 3/4 of the way there, I'm sure. But I have to say, over the next 3 or 4 years, something else will probably change. But I'm not. We're not trying to burden you with all these, PUDR 293 changes. But I understand, like, no one lives in 33, no one lives in 34. The juxtaposition of those buildings are not going to affect each other. They're not built yet. And people living across the street, I think, are saying, well, we'll have to hear them yourselves.
Yeah.
You live across the street. Ted does a good job worrying about all these trees and walls. Let him continue to do that.
Right.
But that's me.
Yep. And I do appreciate, right? I mean, that's what we asked you to do, is look at the impacts of the different changes on this one in particular. Maybe Nick is convinced that it could work. I'm not necessarily. I would have hoped for some more detail. But yeah, that's exactly what we asked you to do. So,
but John, just one thing. Looking at the plan that's up there now, you see 32 on the plan.
Yep.
That's a duplex. You see 33.
Yep.
You can see visually it's smaller from the footprint. Yep. That's a triplex. So I'm saying 33 is smaller than 32, which is a duplex, which is what all these other 59, 58, 57, 56, all the other houses on the street there are duplexes. 33 is a smaller footprint than any of those.
Mm-hmm. I gotcha.
Okay, good.
All right, board issues on whether it's 33, 34, or any of the other items?
Hi, John. Andrew here. Just wanted to jump back into Nick's comment about the single-family units. I think that needs more verification, as on the decision from 2012, it outlines specific density and specific number of units for single-family, multi-family, to bigger. And I think it just needs more verification on how the growth of single-family units will affect affordable single-family units, which was originally 0, and so on. Just my opinion.
So Andrew, I think the present proposal calls for 5 single-family units, and the affordability ratio is 10%, and I don't think it affects that. But that's just my off-the-cuff opinion.
You may be right. I just think it needs further verification.
That's why I wish Brad was on the phone, but I don't know what happened to him.
I can see him.
You can, okay.
Hi,
Brad.
Other items from the board before we open it up to the public? No, not hearing any. All right, so I'm sorry. The first person, were you in this building number 58 that had asked to?
59.
59. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. My name's Jim Bardis. I live at 59 across the street from 33. And I'll just offer my opinion. My opinion is, of course, there should be a detailed plan on 33 showing driveways and all the other important characteristics and details associated with what's going to be done. But I also don't quite understand why you would tie 33 to 9 and other buildings, because basically they can be dealt with separately. The issues associated with 9 and others, I think, are independent and not tied together, but maybe they are. I know there's a mood front here in Johnson Woods to hurry up and finish the development. So to the extent you tie these together and you slow down the development of other locations such as Building 9, I don't think it's really promoting that cause. I think it's obviously slowing things down. So I don't quite understand why you tie 33 to Building 9 or other elements in the development. That's my question. Of course, like I said, I'm across the street from 33 and I'm obviously interested in how 33 will be developed, but I'm also concerned that the development process continue.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I guess that just as a point of explanation, the reason why we have discussed tying the whole, whether it's this 33 and 34 in with 9, I mean, we really didn't discuss the details of that, but what we continually got were changes in one building without consideration of how that would impact the changes even to the adjacent buildings. And so what we requested last time, and actually I think a couple of meetings, or at least 2 meetings, is a plan that shows all of the proposed changes. This development was approved as one big planned unit development, so we wanted to understand all of the planned changes. We may not, and we may or may not approve them all in total, or we may approve pieces. But at least, right, I think that the issue here is at least understanding the proposed changes to the whole development, so we can wrap our head around that instead of having changes to one building here and one building there come in, which is what we were seeing previously. So,
and John, also, I just want to flag, it looks like we may have Brad back now, and he has his hand raised for next in the queue.
Okay. James, did you want to finish? Are you?
Oh, yeah, like I said, my concern is that we move this development along rather than drag it out.
Yep, I think
Everybody, including myself, looking at construction across the street and, you know, equipment and machinery, et cetera. I'm a little tired of that. I've only moved in since October, but I'd like to move it along. And to hold up across the street based on something across the development doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I think, I mean, I just, from my point of view, see them as independent, but obviously you tie them together.
No, I understand that they are somewhat independent. So
can I just say something about the timeline here? I think from this plan, it appears to me that there's 23 more buildings to build. So the construction is not getting done anytime soon, whether we approve 3 buildings or not.
But you don't live across the street. I do.
No, I don't. And I understand your issue. I agree with you. I think it'd be great. But I'm saying there are 27 more buildings.
I'm trying to move it along, you know?
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
let's say he does 5 a year.
I agree with you. I've lived here now for 8 years. I will just say that I think, you know, I'll just speak openly, that I think Ted's done a pretty good job with his team of metering out the construction, considering the build out. So yeah, there's all those buildings to go, but it's over 5 years and it's manageable.
And I have a further comment.
Whoever was just speaking, can you let us know who you are? Who was that?
Person who was just speaking?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is John. John Croce, I spoke before, 18 White Oaks Lane.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I just have one wrap-up comment, because there were certain comments made about trees.
Yeah.
Ted is a very big protector of trees. He and I are having an argument about a tree that's looking like it might fall into my master bedroom, and he won't cut it down. So all I'm saying is Ted is a big protector of the trees of this development. Okay, we should not confuse that with any of these comments made.
We are well aware of that.
Okay, good. I just want to straighten that out.
Sure. Brad, are you?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent, excellent. Well, I apologize. I came on twice at the beginning and then I couldn't be heard at all. So, in any event, there are a couple of points I'd like to make. When we compare, as an example, Johnson Woods to, let's say, Reading Woods, they are not comparable. You can have a developer come up with a definitive plan, and just put the thing in and leave. What you end up with is a forest of high-rise buildings that are not attractive. Ted has gone to great pains to try and build this. As he builds it out, he tries to recognize the trees that last gentleman said, it's saving trees. He's taking advantage of the micro topography there. And that does result, there's no doubt, in a delay of time and perhaps in coming back a number of times for changes. And as Ted said, this has gone on for many, many years. We realize you're tired of seeing us. But the objective is to get a very good end product. And that's what Ted is trying to do. And I think the gentleman's commented, while you'd like to see an end product, there are many features here that can be dealt with separately and constructively. I'll give you one example. Right now, we have 6 White Oak Lane that is completed, ready for certificate of occupancy, and a buyer would like to move in. Would like to be able to complete that, allow that transaction to happen. In addition, there are other, Ted will like to get building permits when the town has enough detail to know that that particular house and its driveway is well defined. So we do appreciate your desire to have it done with, but we believe the end product is improving, not getting worse as time goes on. We ask you to recognize that it is a significant project for the town of Reading and for anyone, and I think it's going to end up with a better project than you started in the first place. So we ask for the consideration to allow White Oaks Lane with a C of O, and to allow certain segments to be built if there's no conflict as to those sections. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. And I don't think that that anyone is saying that we don't want to see changes. We do recognize. I mean, Ted said it, and I think the board and anyone involved in this development over the years would agree that, you know, that many of the changes that were made, or most, were beneficial to the project. The request has been, and it's not that we don't want to see changes. The issue is when changes are made, we want you to think not piecemeal, like we have seen over the past I'm going to say the past couple of years, but widen the lens a little bit so that you're taking into account, you know, the impact, the shifting of one house, of what it does to the other houses, especially as you already have units sold and you may be impacting what people thought that they were buying. So that's the issue. It's not that we don't want to see changes. It's agreed that the changes are usually for the better. We just wanted to make sure that they don't have negative impacts.
So, John, I'm a prickly person sometimes, but when we were before you a year ago in January, there were 3 issues. One was how wide the parking spaces should be in a multifamily, and people want them to be 9 feet versus 8 feet and 8 inches, and we changed them. The second issue was a private disagreement about where somebody should have a single car garage. We resolved that.
Yep.
The board got involved in a private dispute. We respected the board's input on that. We resolved that. The only house location issue you've had before you in 19 years is building 52. So you had one. We did have one owner who objected to a change we made. We acknowledged that. We resolved that. But that's one owner out of 200 units. So I don't think the fact, owners don't like what, owners are concerned about what's happening. I think that's not an accurate. If you look at 196 owners and only one owner complained about a house relocation, I think that's a pretty good record. And I just want to note that.
All right. I would have to go back and look. I remember some issues about the parking buildings and such, but
there were 3 issues: parking.
Not the width of the parking spots, but right there was the parking structure, the outbuildings, and such. There was a retaining wall issue. I mean, there's been more than just building 54 that had other repercussions. I'm not trying to throw stones. I just, each issue, each resolution usually has some other issue to address. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's negative, sometimes it's a big issue, sometimes it isn't. So we just want a wider lens.
I have a question.
I just want to chime in. A fellow named Larry Healy has had his hand up for a while. I'm not sure who asked that, but
James.
James, could you maybe? So let's see who John wants to recognize.
Yeah, James, why don't if you can finish up your question, and then we'll go to Larry.
Well, my question is simple. I live across the street. I'm building 59. I hear that there's 3 things that have been brought in front of this group tonight, which includes 34, 35, and 36, and 9. And if I understand it, we're holding up all these developments based on 33?
No. We're having a discussion.
34, 35, and 36 going ahead, and 9 going ahead? What's stopping? Again, I live across the street, so I'm affected by anything stopping 33, 34, 35, and 36.
We're not making decisions right now. There's a lot of other people that want to speak. We're hearing all the discussions, and then we'll decide how to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Larry, did you have a question, comment?
Hi, yes, this is Neil Healy, Larry's wife. He's sitting right next to me. We live on Green Meadow Drive. I'm just looking at the plan here on the driveway for 9B. It appears as if it's entering into Green Meadow Drive, and given the traffic on Green Meadow Drive and that corner by Johnson Woods, is there like an appropriate travel distance from the corner of GW to that proposed driveway, because it seems to be very tight, as cars are actually like going to exit Green Meadow, it seems as if as someone's going to drive into that driveway, they're going to have to actually be on that other side of the road. Just an observation.
Okay, yeah, hold on while we bring this plan up.
And can you just say what your first name was?
Neela, Larry's wife.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And so, I'm sorry, while we have the plan up, can you repeat? It was the concern about the driveway location.
On Green Meadow Drive, that actually fits out 9B.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a corner from Johnson Woods onto Green Meadow Drive.
Yeah.
Is there like an appropriate travel distance from that corner as the person enters into their driveway? Because I mean, I walk there almost every day with my dog, and it's going to be very tight.
This would be about 50 feet or so. I can't really see where the radius of the turn is.
Yeah.
But if that's a 20 foot setback from that corner, so that's like 2.5 times that.
Yeah, maybe even 3.
It could be, yeah. I mean, it's 50 to 60 feet away. I think that, I don't think this is a high speed roadway.
Right. I don't know. Bill's not on still, right? I mean.
Yeah, this is John Croce again. Also, if you notice, it's a double wide garage and therefore a double wide driveway, which helps the turning radius situation.
Yeah.
It's actually 60 feet from the corner to the closest edge of the driveway.
Is that Bill?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that's Bill. My estimation, that's tight, but not out of the realm of a standard. Yeah.
Yeah. The normal standard is actually 20 feet to the intersection.
20 feet to the nearest intersection?
Yes.
And that's for how what's this?
If you think of a lot of the 10,000 square foot lots that are in Reading, and if you're on the corner, you're going to be, restricted a lot of times as where the driveway can go. I mean, 20 feet is normally the minimum width you want back from the intersection. Obviously, this is 3 times that, so it should not be an issue.
Yeah. So think of it as 3 car lengths. So that's not bad. 20 feet, that's tight, but.
John, when you're ready, there's Andrea Berry has raised her hand also.
Yeah, great. Go ahead, Andrea.
You're hosting a radio show.
Andrea probably needs to unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Rob Berry, Andrea's husband. We live across the street from 9B is proposed. And right now, I believe I'm correct that there is a culvert there, a stormwater management, right where the deck is situated, according to the plan here. And I'd also, these 2 lots have already been staked out by Mr. Moore months ago. And every tree is being removed. You can't build these 2 houses without removing at least a half a dozen trees. And Mr. Moore's, the hypocrisy of him being a tree hugger, I'm sorry. We bought a 39 Taylor and he left a 100-foot pine until the building was complete, and then we had to pay for half of the removal of that tree because it was on the person's porch. So a little bit hypocritical.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that goes to what I have no idea. I have no idea what the existing topography, what else is here. I can't, I can't speak on that, but that does bring up another, right? That brings up that the same question of just need a little bit more information in detail on, what the viability of making these changes are. Are we changing this so that 9A can be built, but then 9B is going to be, another change. So, but that's really all we if we make a change like this, we want to make sure that it's right, not because there's a block. So, thank you.
John, the tree situation on lot 9 is no difference if these two houses are attached to each other or detached from each other. There is a stormwater culvert there, which we have to, we have appropriately provided for with Bill Bergeron. This can be, the lot has enough width that we can do 2 single families rather than a duplex. But if we have a duplex, it'll be pretty much the same coverage of the lot and the same, the houses, there won't be 15 feet between 2 houses.
Yeah.
There'll be 7.5 feet on either side of each of the 2 houses. So it's kind of a distinction without a big difference.
All right. Other comments, questions? Heather, anyone with their hand up?
I don't see anyone else with their hand up. Oh, Brad, did you just raise your hand again?
I did. I have a comment, if I might.
Sure, please do. Yep.
If I'm hearing people correctly, we don't have the level of specificity on these plans in front of us right now today to make any ruling. We don't have the topography. We don't have even the driveway. What was it from 59? The gentleman who was talking before. We don't have most of the information we need. I think we should delay any ruling.
I guess, Pam, I will say that was my opinion that we don't have enough information, and I don't want to impose that on the rest of the board.
I hear you.
Feel like this information is sufficient. So I wasn't speaking for the board when I said that, but I just don't feel like I have enough information to really.
Thank you.
So John, I think I understand how you're feeling. I'm looking at this plan for 9A and 9B. I see the driveways on the plan. There's never been, we've never been asked to do, a tree survey of every tree that might or might not be removed. I'm looking at this plan, seeing the 2 driveways. I don't know what more information you've never in 16 years. No, the CPDC has never asked to see house plans, individual house plans. And I'm looking at the foundation plan here. I'm looking at the driveway. That's more than you've normally asked for. And I'm looking at the.
Yeah, I'll let you finish. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
9A and 9B. Do we not have the driveways shown?
Yes.
So what more would you ever ask from us?
Well, I recall seeing, when other changes were being proposed, that we had topography, we had trees. I think that we asked before more of a comprehensive landscaping plan.
Those were for John. Those were for major modifications. and we submitted that for a major modification. I agree with you.
So you have, right, you have the topography. I mean, that's the thing is you know,
We have submitted the topography. We have that in our base. Bill, I'd like you to comment if you would.
Yeah, there's a complete grading plan for 9A and 9B. But again, we were just looking for the position of these units. And if you look at the one we have at Trevor Drive, one of the plans that we submitted shows the detailed grading utilities that engineering has already looked at. So again, we were looking more, trying to do what the board had requested of us in showing where we want to move these, you know, looking ahead, where do we want to move the building to, what do we think is going to be in the future. So some of these buildings are like a year or maybe a year and a half away from even being designed for the final architectural plans.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're asking us to design them like we're going to build them tomorrow, typically that's not what we've been doing in the past.
No, and I don't think that's the request. I guess here's my question to you is what do you think is missing from this plan if you were gonna if you had to agree that there was not going to be a change at all on a building, what else would you have on a plan to agree to that? It wouldn't be a block with a driveway showing. You would have something more. You'd have the topography. You'd have some of the things that have come up that you have cared about in changing. Like you said, you cared that the fact that there was a 100-year-old tree here that you that drove this change. So that would explain why this is happening. I want to see that on here, and we need more than this block. We don't expect that it's full design plans, right? That's not where you're at. That's not what this is. It's what are the components that make that this footprint is where it is, right? Topography, utilities maybe that are in the way or not in the way that you're trying to avoid.
Bill, did we not submit that along with the BP application for 9A and 9B?
Yes, we did.
So we submitted that. This is like a duel.
These are the only plans I received for building 9A and 9B for this request.
No, we submitted plans in January for this.
Yes, these plans.
No, we submitted plans to engineering to get them to approve it because we were adjacent to the sanitary sewer line, and they had requested some additional information, some additional grading on the plan, and they have all of those plans. I can forward those plans to Andrew in the morning, and they're completed.
Well, but Bill, I was told in January that the plans had been submitted and reviewed, and John thought we should submit for a minor modification before they could issue a building permit. That was January. And here we are in June. Here we are in June. We've submitted the plans, and we have we have people wanting to move into Reading and buy these units. And 5 months later, we're still waiting for having submitted all that stuff. We're told we need to submit something more on a PUDR. And, I'm, with all due respect, I don't think that's not what I've experienced for the last 15 years.
John, this is Nick. I guess I don't have a problem with these two buildings because the mass of the first building is pretty much the same. The driveway impact is really about the same on Johnson Woods and insignificant on Green Meadow. It's far back enough. The only question I would have is whether anybody from building 10 is online, because this building moves slightly closer to building 10. And so I don't know if you're setting up the same issue that you had with the the more recent one where the foundation was placed too close?
That was placed too close is a good. I agree with your interpretation of how somebody saw that, but we did have that plan sitting in our office before that gentleman ever bought his unit, and we have satisfied him.
No, I understand that. I just didn't want to create the same situation.
No,
here. Otherwise, I don't have a problem with the level of detail on this plan to locate
That's
these
why
two
we staked
foundations.
this out. We staked this out more than a month ago. We put the four corners of these houses in the ground with haze, with stakes. Bill, 4 or 6 weeks ago.
It's at least that. I mean, because originally we thought that the building inspector was going to issue a permit, and after he reviewed it and after engineering reviewed it, he said, no, I think that you should go for a minor modification. And that's when we ran into the same issue about, well, if you have to go for this, you have to go for everything else, because the commission didn't want to talk to us if we were going back for one thing. So we tried to bundle them together.
Yeah. So we have people that want to move into these houses and we can't move forward. This is, we're trying not to have, this is like off topic, but we don't want the country to go into recession. We have people that want to have us build houses so they can move into Johnson Woods. And we applied for these permits, if not in December, January. Here we are 6 months later, and we're still talking about, can we get a building permit to allow somebody that wants to move in these houses? I don't think that's how we want us to be perceived.
The level of detail were full architecturals on those as well, because we thought we were getting a building permit.
Yeah, we submitted engineered building plans, architecturals, elevations, structurals to the town no later than January. It might have been December. And Julie got back to us in late January, said, I've talked to the head of the CPDC. You need to go for a minor amendment before we can give you a building permit. That was January.
Right.
So in February, we submitted not just this plan, but the several other plans we knew we wanted to do. And then we all got hit by COVID. And here we are in June, and 6 months later, we still have 2 customers who would like to live in these houses.
So let's go back to the beginning of how this ever happened. Let's talk about 6 White Oaks, right?
Sure.
8 White Oaks Lane, right? So that was the time where we agreed, right? We agreed that even though you were making some changes, and you had a buyer that wanted to move into Reading, right? Same story. The buyer that wanted to move into Reading, that even though we didn't have all the information, that we were again concerned about the piecemeal approach, that we would allow. I'm sorry, I forget which one it was, but 8 White Oaks Lane to move forward, but that you couldn't get a C of O until we had a plan like this. So it shouldn't have been any concern. I mean, it shouldn't have been any surprise for you that if you hadn't submitted a plan like this, that you couldn't get a certificate of
we agree. So that's why in February.
I guess that's the thing.
Hold on. That's why, John, in February, we submitted a plan so we could get your approval in March or April, not May, not June.
Yeah, okay. But Ted, we've been in a national pandemic. Of course, months have gone by.
I get it.
Right? We're not playing that game. You're not putting a pandemic on the fact that we're not moving.
It's not a game. When I submitted something in February, we did not know there was a pandemic, neither did you. But we still had people that were wanting to move on with their lives. Yep. So the fact that we didn't have something approved till 2 or 3 months later isn't on you. It's not on me. It's what happened.
Stop using that time frame, Ted. Right. So here's the thing, and this is what, I may agree with Nick that in this one particular case, this is fine. I want to get to the root of the issue here of why we're in this position. We're in this position because back then we asked that you stop doing these piecemeal approaches, right? And so to now come back and say, gee, we have a buyer for 9A and 9B, and you're not letting us move forward on that, when you knew full well when we were talking about 6 and 8 White Oaks Lane that you wouldn't be allowed, we were going to hang you up until you had something development wide. So sure, we would have loved to have all of this happen back in February. I think everyone would have done away with the past couple of months and be dealing with this in February instead of what we were doing the past couple of months.
Couldn't agree more, John. Right.
So let's look at it from that perspective. I am sorry that we're in this position, but it's really not a change in what we had said the last time we talked to you when we were talking about 6 and 8 White Oaks Lane. So this was expected, right? This should have been expected that we were looking for at least this level of information. So we haven't been hanging you up, right?
So John, I agree. So would you expect me, having provided that information to you in February, that in June I couldn't have somebody move in?
May I say something really quick here? I don't think you provided what we asked for. I still do not think you have provided what the commission asked for. I will also clarify that this did not come in February. It came in March. Literally the week before, we all were told we had to leave town hall and come home. And there's a lot of misinformation flying around here. And what we're looking at tonight, we're having the same conversation that we had for 18 months about, I think, 18 months ago. When we talked about 6 to 8 White Oaks, the commission asked for a comprehensive plan of all the changes you could foreseeably predict with, information such as topography, landscaping, trees, lots of information so that they could make informed decisions. You've had a long time to provide that to us. So it would have been great if that's what we saw in our office in early March before we all came home. But that's not what we had then, and it's not what we have now.
So Bill and Brad, I'd like you to comment on that. You could.
I'll go first if I may. The plans were submitted in February 27th. And I'm not, at this point, I think the real issue is going forward. Ted has outlined the impact this has had on particular individuals who would like to buy homes. We understand the Cpdc's function and concern to make sure there's a comprehensive plan in place. What I've heard tonight is that as to 9B and 9A, first of all, I can look at it and see that what is there, what is proposed is not that different from what was approved in the first place. Simply, they've taken the duplex and split it about 15 feet apart. And I think that comments have been made by members of the Cpdc that there's some comfort level on that particular portion. And as I say, I want to reiterate, if I can, that we are looking for a certificate of occupancy for 6 White Oak Lane. That is completed. As an individual who has sold their home, would like to move in there, there's no reason why that can't be issued. That's the one that's in Building 52. We already have sold and conveyed 8 White Oak. 6 is the one that's in the same building. Would like to have permission for a sign off on that C of O. As to buildings 34, 35, and 36, as a layman looking at what I see very little plan change there, other than a slight shifting away from other structures of 34. Other than that, I see Trevor Lane's the same, 35, 36 is the same. So my request would be, if you would be willing to approve 9A, 9B, recognizing the engineers have all those details, and apparently have approved them, and allow 34, 35, 36, and to allow a CFO to issue for 6 White Oaks. And if you need more information on 33, then we'll provide that to you. So that's our respectful request.
John, I'll also flag that Tom Perry has his hand raised.
Okay, Tom, go ahead.
It's actually Kelly Condon.
Oh,
Well, as long as you know who you are on this.
all right. Go ahead, Kelly.
I'm a resident of 14 Green Meadow Drive. I've been here since September of 2015. And I've listened to the whole evening's meeting. And there's a couple of things that have come up process-wise that I think would be something the board might want to look at, is that this doesn't seem to be good coordination between the town's different building departments. I mean, Brad's outlining the need for a C of O of one building. You guys don't seem to have that information. The woman in the first thing was dealing with the Conservation Commission, and that's separate from you guys, but you guys seem to be making a lot of the decisions. Is there a way of somehow pulling that together so that like a comprehensive review of each deal and a comprehensive review of the plans and what's approved in one department versus another?
I'm going to say yes and no, right? Because like it's purposeful that conservation, going back to the last application, it's purposeful that conservation and site plan and even the zoning board of zoning board of appeals do their work separately, because we all take into account different things. We try and coordinate them so that they're generally all in line. We're not going to, in that case, we will not step over Conservation Commission's jurisdiction, and they generally don't step over.
Well, I don't mean stepping over. I mean coordinating and collaborating.
No,
residents of the town have a more comprehensive approach to the building and development in the town.
Yeah, and so right, it's complex and there. I know at town hall there is always an effort to coordinate among the different boards and groups. It's not clear to me what happened with this particular issue of them submitting design plans. I think they had submitted some design plans probably in advance of them having the okay to do that, and really the issue, the process worked because you didn't have them, the engineering department, approving plans before the volunteer board that oversees sort of larger land use decisions was okay with that detailed design. It agreed it is cumbersome, and there's always room for improvement.
It also gets to the timing.
Yeah.
Because as the gentleman spoke about the one who's living across from 33 and 34. I mean, it is tough to be in an area where there's a lot of construction going on. And, your point about a full set of plans is not lost on anybody. I mean, it's appreciated to have a full understanding of what the plans are, how they might impact a neighbor and so forth. I'm just thinking, like, as a way of moving forward, is there like a way to get to a place where the plans are submitted and finalized and a full timeline for construction is determined, so that the residents also have an understanding of what they have for expectation as far as the building and when things will begin and when they'll end?
I completely hear what you're saying. That's sort of where we were trying to get to when we asked back in when we were talking about 6 in White Oaks Lane, when we were asking for that full plan, so we had a good understanding of that. Our intention is not, whether it's on this project or any other project in town, to hold things up. I mean, we want, want disruption. We want as much development and investment in the town as possible. That is, if you attend any of our other boards, you'll hear that that's what we try and do. In this particular instance, some of our frustration is that we're not getting that full picture, and
we do bring a lot to the table with that. This development does bring a lot of tax base to the town of Reading. It would not have had if it was still a farm. So it's just, we're just trying to, I guess, figure out a way, and I'm trying to understand as a resident of how to get to a place where everything is sort of laid out and figured out the best that you can, so that people can have a full understanding of what their expectations are when they buy here, when they plan to buy here and plan.
And I think that's real. That's what we were looking for. That's what we're asking for from Ted. A plan that had maybe not everything figured out, but a good plan for the whole site. We haven't been asking for schedules, and because it's not really, I'm not sure it's really in the town's place to do that, and a lot of that's driven by finances in the marketplace and economics, and we get that, right? We're not going to try and hold Ted's feet to the fire of saying you have to develop these buildings here and then. That doesn't work for him. That would just be frustration for anyone setting up those expectations.
Right.
That's certainly something that we have steered away from, and I think that probably Brad and Ted and everyone is, would agree that that's really wouldn't be a fruitful thing for us. I guess looking, I'm not opposed to approving some of these things that have come up. But again, it puts us right back at where we were with 6 and 8 White Oaks Lane, where we held our line and said we wanted that comprehensive plan, and now we're in this position again of like, oh well, we'll approve this because because there are people that are ready to go and construction ready to go, but we're still not getting that full plan that we had asked for.
Excuse me, this is Bill Bergeron. I had just forwarded the detailed design plan that we submitted in December, and then we had it to engineering, and then we had a revision in January, but I just forwarded that to Julie right now, and it showed the grading and the driveways and the utilities on that with the topography. So again, I thought we were just going for the position of these buildings, not the detailed grading plans that we had shown in December.
Understood. I mean, I thank you. So Julie, what you've pulled up here on the screen is the decision from that previous meeting where, I guess shame on us for not being more specific about what we were asking for. I thought that it came out in the discussion of what we were asking for, but as you see here, here under item A, an overall plan of all the changes, specific plans for each contemplated and proposed modification, setbacks to other structures, modifications to parking, and changes to natural features, etc. So those, we got the contemplated proposed modifications, right? Andrew asked yesterday or this past week, right, which you provided, the resulting setbacks, but right, this is coming out of that discussion was right, parking, changes to natural features, and at least in my mind, it was some of those gradings if there's other rock ledges, that sort of thing that you'd need to take care of. So, I guess I take it on myself that we should have been much more specific with what we were looking for in this decision. And obviously we left it open because we don't know the issues that you're going to come up against that's going to make those, drive those decisions. But certainly, like in building 9 and 10, it would be good to see that tree that's driving the decision on where you're putting those, two buildings. Because without that, right, I don't know why you're doing that. But that's, I think that maybe, I don't want to say water under the bridge, because I'm still looking for, I think we still need that, that information. I'm amenable to moving things forward that the board is comfortable with moving forward. I'm not comfortable with moving forward. We can vote on it too. I mean, there's no dictatorship, but I'm expressing my opinion. I'm not comfortable with the 33, 34, 35. Is that the numbers? Where you have the triplex.
35 was not a requested change. It was just
34. 33, 34. I believe, I'm sure you can make it work. I'm not convinced that it can. We can take this up at the next meeting, right? We meet every month. So it doesn't need to be a delay, especially if you have it all designed, then it's not that big of a deal, right? And you can forward it to Andrew tomorrow and off we go. But others from the board and I guess there's a couple of
I would.
There's Dan Backman that's asked to make a comment also.
Sorry. Nick. This is Nick. I would approve this plan as well, as long as it conditioned that they submit an updated plan showing the correct configuration of 33. Because the changes to 34, 35, and 36 are minimal, really. They don't impact anything there. What we're concerned about is 33, right? So 33 is not approved as a triplex until they update this plan, I guess. Or condition this approval on showing you the driveways for the new 33 configuration, since it's included on this stamped plan.
Yeah, that's because I'm trying to think in my mind where.
I mean, Bill, you're presenting this as a plan. You've submitted this as a stamped plan, and it's not accurate. But otherwise, I would approve it with that condition.
The stamp plan was not the design plan. That's what the 20 scale plans are for when we go forward with it. This again was the overall plan showing graphically where the changes were with the existing approved ones slightly underneath the bolder ones, so that everybody can understand where they were in the position within the development. But these locations of these buildings are as accurate on this 100 scale plan as they are on the 20 scale plan.
But the 20
not for 33.
Not for 33. That's the issue that they're concerned about. So that's why I'm saying if you resubmit this with 33 shown correctly, I'd be okay with approving that tonight with that condition. That's that's one vote.
Folks,
we did submit it.
Okay.
We did submit it with 33 shown correctly. The original one had it as a duplex. The revised plans that I gave to Andrew on Friday show it as a triplex.
No, I agree. But our concern was the driveways. Remember, we were talking about whether that's correct right there, right? But we didn't. If the driveway for 33 for the easternmost unit here on the plan east, hits that curve, hits the radius of the turn at the Trevor, starts to become an issue. And so your exercise is to show us the 3 driveways for 33 so that we're
Absolutely.
convinced
Okay.
that it works.
Yeah.
Now, that's just
Okay.
me. So,
No,
you know, I've put my position forward. Let's see what the board has to say.
yeah, and I have no problem with 34. I mean, that's that rotation. I can't see the impact there, or any negative impact there. That's all well and fine. My concern is 33 and converting that to a 3 unit in the configuration of that.
I'd agree with that.
At the same time, I'd like to see the driveway for 59, which is quite close. There's no driveway there.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see that driveway in conjunction with 33. I think that's a responsible move.
And 32 as
Yep.
well. And how come this plan doesn't have all the detail of this plan? And why does this plan say there's a relocation to 35 and 36 when he just said there isn't? I mean, like, can we have something that makes sense?
There's a relocation. You can see it. I don't know why they keep saying there isn't.
Like this little, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, on both of those. But it's insignificant, really.
Still.
Dan Backman, right? I'm sorry, you had a comment, a question?
Yeah, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, I'll make it very brief. It's a long night, and there's been a lot of discussion between the two items that you dealt with today in the board.
Say that again.
I'm the potential or the expected owner for 9A.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just want to make a comment, and certainly nobody here had any control over the coronavirus. I don't have control over really much for the past few months, but I started this process in September last year, and we have a purchase and sales agreement that's been agreed to. I've seen the lot. It slopes down to the back. I have contour plots of it, and I'm sure that those could have been produced pretty quickly. I just want to just say with a hopeful ending here that you guys can try to move these 9A and 9B at least as fast as you can, because we're in a situation, as probably everybody is these days, of dealing with a lot of uncertainty. As the delay increases, then all of a sudden we're into the position of maybe not being able to, put in our foundation, before the ground starts to freeze. And that means that we're now talking about next year, and quite frankly, I think that's going to really test the patience of my wife and me as well. And so I just want to ask you that if you can, look at the needle a little bit rather than just looking at the whole project and move what you can move along, and not just for me, but for the other folks that are involved in the potential purchase of these properties. One thing I just would like to know: have any of you recently gone out to Johnson Woods? These sites are staked out. You can see the contour. You can see the trees on which a 9A lot or actually look like they have to be really trimmed quite a bit. They're old oaks and they're losing limbs, and I think one of them is even on the adjacent property outside of Johnson Woods. So I don't know. I'm hoping you can do something and do it sooner rather than later. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And I guess I'm not opposed to moving things along that seem to be okay and ready to move along. But I still don't feel like we've got the plan that we asked for to look at this thing holistically, and I'm still concerned that, yeah, right, that Julie brings up there, that, that we continue to do this project or make changes to this project in piecemeal fashion. That's still a concern of mine, and it's but maybe it's not of others. So,
well, thank you.
So we talked specifically about 33 and 34. I know Nick put his opinion out there about 9A, 9B. He asked, I'm sorry, Nick brought up the question of whether there's anyone that's in that building 10 that's on the phone on the meeting. No.
I think the lady that was on had the driveway question was from building 10.
No, she was not. She was not.
Further up the street. Yeah.
She was from across the street, the other side of the street, down the street.
Yeah. And then, so let's talk about the other request. What number was that? Losing track here.
It's 47 going to a single family unit over to make the triplex.
Yeah, can we bring that up?
Do we have a plan for that?
Or is that just on the base plan?
I believe that's just on the base plan.
This one?
It's only on
Whiting
the
sign.
it's only on the 100 scale plan.
That change makes the building farther away from all other buildings.
Yeah, I guess I'll say, of all the things that I looked at on this plan, that one I passed. I looked at it for a half a second and said that doesn't seem to be a big deal.
Can I just say something? Bill, this is for Bill Bergeron, I guess, or whoever's doing the drawings for Ted. Why wouldn't you make your life easier and just show the driveway on that? Knowing that the commission was going to say, show us everything you can show us. Why wouldn't you just show a driveway there?
Because I didn't have the architectural plan, so I didn't know where the driveways were on that. I just got a footprint of the foundation.
It's left or right, right? It's left or right. It's like, make your life easier.
Yes, I would suspect so. I suspect it's the double driveway on the left-hand side as you're looking at it. But I will add that to the plan when we do 33.
And 58 and 32.
And 58, 59 is
59.
Yeah,
sorry.
58.
Whatever. But yeah, I don't have any problem with this building change either.
Yeah, I didn't see anything significant with this one. It's Heather.
So I'm open to ideas on a path forward from the board. Thoughts?
Can I see the 33, 34, 30, 30, yeah, 35, 36 plan again? Is that the full, can you zoom out so that the whole thing is shown?
Oops, I just did the opposite of what you asked.
Very, very clever. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so 59 is across the street on Johnson Woods Drive, right? Somewhere, is it on this plan at all?
No,
So-
here though, it's right here. Trevor, it's right across from Trevor Court.
Right outside Trevor Court, so it should be, so the driveway, if it exists, shows up on this plan somewhere.
Is it this?
It must be between the street parking spots.
Yeah, right here.
So my suggestion for this plan would be that we approve the modifications for 34, 35, and 36 with the condition that the plan be resubmitted with the correct 33 configuration showing the driveways. And while you're at it, just show the driveway for 59. I think it's already existing, right?
Yep.
So that would be my recommendation for this particular plan.
I could see doing that, and my reasoning is that for the questions that I had about 33, I don't think the changes to 34, 35, 36 affect 33. I guess I'm still not sure. I mean, that's like a 33.
I'm not saying we
Driveways
approve
don't
33.
fit, right? Exactly.
This plan says 34, 35, 36 on it. This plan does not approve
Exactly.
33. It just shows us that 33 doesn't impact 34.
Yeah.
Driveway. That's all I
Yeah.
want to see on this plan.
Yeah.
I'm amenable to that.
Did we lose Rachel?
I'm here, past my bedtime. My only comment is just that the contingency, that this doesn't happen again. Like, I don't want to have this conversation at all ever again. Like, that's where I'm at.
And can I clarify that? Not about changes, but this do loop that we've gone around about getting a full plan for the site, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I just, every single time it's about what the map shows and doesn't show. And
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
I'm tired of it.
Right. We're not opposed to making plans, but let's have them, well thought out. So I guess, right, no problem. I mean, not no problem, but I'm willing to go forward with this 34, 35, 36 change. I think we heard among the group that willing to go forward with the 47, building 47 change without any other additional significant detail. We are we are hesitant about 33 without receiving the more detail on that building, and I think that goes to the whole expectation that we get that whole plan that includes significant trees in the areas of building changes, topography, driveways, parking areas, significant natural features that may impact building placement. Right. And so that's, I think, where at least where I'm understanding is that we're going to want to see that before we approve those changes to building 33.
Yeah, that's my sense.
Yeah. I don't see a big impact with 9A and 9B. That does move it closer to 10, but not out of the realm of what was there before. at least, right, we have this plan that shows a driveway that seems to work out. Say on a personal note, I'm not happy about making an approval based on this plan, but I can get over that. I don't know, any other thoughts?
No, not on this plan.
Right. Heather, Rachel? Anyone? No?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Right.
Pam, you had some issues earlier, I think, on this one.
Not on this one.
Okay.
No, I'm all set on this.
Okay.
I guess, is it, my one hesitation is, how the building changes in relation to building 10. And right there, no one's from there. We don't know whether they're aware of that change. It's not necessarily on us to make them aware, but that makes me uneasy.
Well, so last time there were several issues going on there, right? But there's a mechanism now for Mr. Moore to deal with this, and it's a homeowners or a condo, whatever, condo association issue, isn't it?
Mr. Chairman?
I think we've emailed everybody about the changes. We've sent plans. We staked these lots out 2 months ago. I don't know what else you should do.
No, I'm trying to say that it's not our problem if the guy comes
No,
after
no,
you.
it's not. But we're still trying to make people. We're not. The problem we had with Building 52, which I'm going to make a speech now, you don't want to hear, was we built 200 units there. We had one problem with one person with a location. And the problem was that we changed the site plan in 2015, and he looked at a 2012 site plan, and he never came through our office. So nobody's fault. He went through a broker. We never met him. We saw something from 2012. We showed him, I had a 2015 site plan which showed Building 52 the way it is now. And that's how that problem got introduced. But I would point out, in 15 years, it's the only problem about a building location you guys have had to deal with in 15 years in 200 units.
So, Nick, I think the issue is that that there isn't an HOA yet.
I'm sorry, you broke up. There isn't a what?
There isn't an HOA yet, right? That because it's still under.
No, hold on. There is an HOA, and they get informed about everything. We've had an HOA. We have an administrator. They get blast emails about all this stuff, and they will continue to. We do have an HOA. We have an administrator. They're keyed in on all this stuff because they need to be.
And so I don't want to get into that, but
let's not.
Yeah.
No, we do. I'm saying we have an HOA.
Yep. Yeah.
Hi, this is Larry Healy, and I have to take exception to that. There is not an HOA currently at the Johnson Woods complex. There is an advisory volunteer committee and Mr. Moore. I will give him credit that he has kept that committee and the residents informed. But he is the sole trustee and the sole decision maker. There is not an HOA that is being misrepresented by Mr. Moore at this time.
Mr. Chairman?
So I think I don't think that's really the issue. I think the reason why that got brought up and why I wanted to clarify is the question about how people get notified, right? That's really the question of whether there's technically an HOA or not. The issue really is whether people get notified.
Despite what Rob Berry may have said, everybody who owns there, who pays a condo fee, is on the Johnson Woods condominium website. They get notified. Rob may have an issue of who the president is, but everybody gets notified, and he can't refute that. So go ahead, Rob, if you want to.
Not here.
Excuse me, Ted, that wasn't Rob.
Oh, okay. Well, whoever it was.
Yeah, that's not for this place. So let's just finish this up because I want to start drinking.
It's midnight. It's midnight.
That doesn't mean some of us don't have to work.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I said a couple times, I was not been highlighted.
Sure.
There's a completed building, 35 has a unit that's completed. We're looking for a C of O, and that's 6 White Oaks Lane. That was held up until we had this meeting. And so our request would be that if, in fact, that could now allow I have a certificate of occupancy to issue at this time.
So, thank you. I guess, Julie, can you bring up that last plan that we had with the agreement? And here's my issue, Brad, is that the reason why we hung up 6 White Oaks Lane was because just what we're talking about today, right? What Rachel was saying, we were going along and approving number 8 because there was a buyer, and we wanted to make sure that 6 was done in conjunction with a comprehensive plan, as it says right here. In my estimation, we still don't have that comprehensive plan. We're kicking the can down the road again. You know what? We can do this again. It's fine with me. I'm honestly, it's 11 o'clock. I'm sick of kicking the can down the road. I don't want to hang people up in moving into Reading and keeping things going. I don't want to stop construction. But I also, like Rachel said, I don't want to be here again asking for a plan again that we don't get again. Right?
How about, Mr. Chairman, if we set a firm date by which this plan must be submitted at the items you're looking for?
I'm fine with that.
Bill?
The one thing I think that we will tie with a plan, or what I would like to tie in with that plan is approval of 33. Do I have that right now? Sorry, I'm getting confused. I may have said whatever the 3 unit one is, right? That's 33.
That's 33. You got that right.
All right. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels. I mean, I guess at this point, I'm fine with moving ahead with 6 White Oaks Lane, the request of the change plan for 34, 35, 36, and moving those ahead, approving 47, approving the changes to 9A and 9B, and with the condition, basically copying and pasting what Julie has up here on the screen that we had for 6 and 8, and applying that to 33.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
This is Hanny. I'm the owner of 151 Johnson Woods Drive. I'm the direct abutter of 6 White Oaks Lane.
Yeah.
I just would like to clarify something Mr. Moore said just a few minutes ago.
Sure.
I bought the house 2014, and I saw the maps from his own sales office, and they showed the old location of building 52, not the recent one. This is just one clarification. The second thing, there is another stipulation in the town decision of last January, 2019, that the certificate of occupancy of 6 White Oaks Lane cannot be issued until the landscaping and screening are complete. And until today, they are not complete. So the conditions are not yet met to issue the certificate of occupancy for 6 White Oaks Lane. So I ask the committee, please not issue this certificate yet until the landscaping and screening are all complete as was decided. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, because that would have been a confusion. It is not this board that issues a certificate of occupancy. That would be that's the building commissioner. And I mean, I guess that's his, right, Julie? I mean, I'm sort of out of this. Right, that's his call if that landscaping and screening was completed. I guess I don't want to. I think whatever the prior requirements were, I think should still be in place.
What I can say about that is, with regards to 6 White Oaks Lane, I can so what generally happens when there's a decision that's tied to a building or a project in town, the building staff will ask me. We're actually very well coordinated in that regard, which is part of the reason we're here tonight, because they could have just approved the foundation for whichever the building was, 33 or whichever one, but they didn't. They specifically asked me to make sure that it wasn't running afoul of any prior approval. So anyway, all that to say that they defer to me when there's a decision attached to the building or occupancy. And so what I can do with 6 White Oaks Lane is I can say that Cpdc is okay with the condition for the comprehensive plan, knowing that that's going to be attached to building 33. And then I actually have to sign on the landscaping. And usually what happens with that is that I'll go to an inspection and I'll see what was approved on a plan and whether it matches what's on the site. So you tonight saying you're okay with the occupancy for 6 White Oaks Lane, there is still another step that has to happen.
Right.
We verify that everything has been done.
Right. So all we're changing here is this, as you're showing here, other conditions, number 1. Right. Prior, actually just 1A.
Right. Yeah. Because 1B is taken care of, and
right.
1C is still hanging out there, but it's just another thing we have to work through.
Yeah.
So, I just heard the owner of Johnson Woods Drive, Hannah speak, and we were required to put in.
You know what, Ted? We're not the board, right? I'm sorry. I'm going to cut you off there because that's not us. That's not us.
John, there's one dead plant. Okay.
It's still not us, right? We're not relieving you of whatever requirement it was. I'm
with you. I'm totally with you. We'll fix it tomorrow.
Okay.
Not a problem. Yep.
Right. And I you don't want us to get in the middle of that.
No,
right?
John, you're right. I'm totally with you. Yep. Okay. Agreed. Yep.
So I don't know. This is an awkward, right? Zoom meeting is awkward. I don't know what else the rest of the board is saying, thinking. I don't see heads nodding, because not everyone's up on the screen at the same time. But I sort of feel like we're moving towards a resolution on how to move forward.
Yep.
I see Rachel about ready to fall asleep.
I already have. Yep.
Yeah.
My son got married 2 hours ago at my house, and I could not. I was on the Zoom meeting, so I missed his wedding. Seriously, I'm not. That would be unusual, but that's exactly what happened tonight. So, I'm gonna see him in the morning, I guess. They were COVID infected. So the mother notary came down. They had a boat ride. We had a dinner planned. They had dinner. I missed dinner. I missed the wedding, but I'm happy to hang out with you guys.
So if I can recommend, and if it's okay with the board and applicants, that if the board is to take action tonight, that it probably stay related to building 9 and those changes, because the other 3, 47, 33, 34, they're all different, but they're all somewhat interrelated.
Andrew, I disagree with you. 34 has nothing to do with anything the board talked about. They're happy with. I've heard they're happy with any change to the 34.
Andrew, go ahead. What were you finish?
I just think this interrelated from 33 in the driveway and the unit change from 47 to 33. So issuing any changes on building 9 separately from those keeps it clean and cut.
No, you should not have included 34 in that package. Nothing to do with 34 has anything to do with 33.
I think the fact is that if 33 is not approved, 34 still works.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. Yep.
I guess Andrew, right? I want to move the things forward that that we have sort of agreed to. So
Yeah,
we move down the number of things, and I feel like the two things that are hanging out there are 33 and the need for a comprehensive plan. And even though I'm not all that comfortable with 9A, I mean 9B, I should say, I'm fine with 9A. Not all that comfortable with 9B. I can be persuaded persuaded otherwise, just to keep things moving along.
Sure, whatever you guys want to do.
John, I just got a chat from Andrea Berry that she has something she'd like to share from one of the owners at Building 10.
Sure. Andrea?
Yep. Sorry. I realize my neighbor is at Building 10 and I know he's away. So I did text him just to, say, hey, do you know what's going on? And did you know about the change in the houses behind you? And he says he didn't. I tried to get him to phone in, but I don't know if he's out of state in the same time zone right now or not. So he's not, I don't know. I've encouraged him to call into the Zoom meeting, but it's a little late now anyway. But he said, I asked him, I said, did Ted explain to you about the single house behind you? And he said, no. And that's as far as my communication with him has gone. Because I know you as a committee were very concerned about Building 10 knowing what's going on.
Right.
And Tim says no. So, that's all I can tell you. And I'm
no, thank you.
Trying to get in the middle.
Thank you. Right. All sort of operating in a different sort of reality here now, right? With Zoom and everything. I guess I think more of a question for Bill is if 9A were built as planned, is there opportunity to modify the location of 9B that if that ends up being a problem?
Are you there, Bill?
Is Bill, do we hear him? No?
I can't hear him.
I don't hear him.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. I don't understand why he doesn't know. We did envelopes for everybody, and I'm sure they were mailed out long ago.
Well, Brad, I understand, and that I guess that's why the issue that's where things. I don't know what the notice process here is within Johnson Woods. So I know what it is in a typical Reading neighborhood, but do you still do it the same way? You know, what is that notice? What's it sent? You know, I guess that's the greater concern. And I don't know whether, you know, if this were let me step back. My big concern about holding these meetings the way that this is, and why we hadn't held meetings like this for the past couple of months, is that we wanted to make sure that that people had the opportunity to be heard, to come to meetings, to speak if they need to speak. And this, not everyone can do that in this forum, right? And so that's really the reason why we haven't why we delayed having some of these meetings, you know, really the past month. So my concern, he may not have showed up even if we had him in person, and we wouldn't be having that question. But I'm concerned about just sort of the public involvement process over these past, you know, during this pandemic period. Trying to be cautious on the, you know, to be as inclusive as possible and make sure that people have that opportunity to have their voice heard.
Tim Hill from Building 10 has just joined the meeting.
Yes, thank you very much.
Hi, Tim. So I don't really, so can you just bring that plan up? Is this, Tim, were you just in contact with Andrea?
Yes.
Okay. So the issue that we're talking about is a number of different changes within Johnson Woods. One of the proposed changes is a change to the configuration of Building 9, which is right behind you. And splitting it up from what was originally planned as a duplex into two single-family units. That, as you can see from, I don't know if you're calling in or if you're online.
We're online. Yeah.
Okay. So we have up on the plan, up on the screen, a plan of 9B and its relationship with the back of Building 10. I don't know if you're in the side that's closest to this or the other side, but
we're on the side that's closest to it.
You are. Okay. So it would be moving the building some closer. I don't know what the original plans called for. It does show it now at what, 17 feet.
So the approved plan prior to this is shown in a very light gray dash underneath it. I don't know if that's visible to everyone.
I can see that.
You can see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it shows. It's the building orientation is different. It doesn't have the old setbacks on it, but maybe it's about 7 or 8 feet less.
I think the confusing thing to us were the numbers that were used. We're 7 Green Meadow, and we didn't realize that when they talked about it tonight that this would be, I guess it's with a drain, right near the drainage area. Where they're going to build this?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that the drain right on?
Near the 29.5.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that it? And you look at the topography from the roadway imagery, you can see it sort of swales into.
I can't see.
He's talking about that.
Where is, what are those, is that why the sticks are there?
I don't know. Yeah, we noticed the sticks were there. We thought those sticks were there for
pumping,
for the issue with the drain system, but I guess that wasn't it. There's some sticks up with red.
Yeah, that's for staking out the building.
Staking out the building.
Staking out the building.
Boy, it's awful close.
Oh, that's very close.
Wow. Uh,
Are they taking the trees down? What are they doing?
So what you're saying is that originally there were 2 buildings set for that area. Now there's going to be 1?
No, originally there was one building. It was one building that was a duplex, and the proposal is to be 2 separate buildings, 2 separate single family houses, with a little bit of a space in between. So that pushes it back a little bit further towards your.
They are, boy, that one stake is very close to where our unit is.
Are they knocking down the trees?
Oh, my wife was asking if they're going to knock down some trees.
Yeah, I presume so.
Yeah, no,
That's
I would,
That's
in
too close.
the case, there will be some trees that we needed to take down, yes.
Yeah, well, obviously, we're not happy about that, as I think you'd expect.
So their decks will be facing our house.
Yes, they will. In either case, they will be facing your house. That's correct.
Well, that's not very good for the privacy that we're used to here.
Well, I understand. Regardless of what we build there, their decks will be facing your house. That's the approved plan, has their decks facing your house.
Well, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's why we picked this lot. That's too bad.
That's the reason we chose this, because of the nice setting that we have here. So, are they going to be the same size as the new homes up in the front where you enter? Are these 2 single homes going to be the size of those that as you enter Johnson Woods?
No, as you enter, those are duplexes. So they're half of each of those. Divide those in half.
Divide them in half. They're still building there. I'm shocked that they're building there. I just can't believe it. Where is this?
As you drive in, those are duplexes. You cut them in half, they're singles. That the size of the houses did not change.
Yeah.
But they're still going to be built closest to our home versus up the hill more towards the other home, correct? Or is there going to be one close to the building up the hill from us, and the other one near us, or are they both going to be closer to us?
Well, the easiest way to answer that is that's why we put the stakes in. We had this engineer put the stakes in so you could see where they were going to go.
Yeah, boy.
And we're just being told now?
Well, the one is awful close. I didn't realize they were going to, I thought the drain system would, wow. I mean, obviously we're not happy about it, but I mean, for sure.
No, so there have always been 2 houses scheduled to go in that corner of the lot.
How long?
Well, on the plan from 2005. And
the plan from 2005.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So.
Actually, 2004. So
I guess we should have looked at the plan
before
we
seen
bought.
These plans.
Yeah.
Do they never? I mean, are these plans being shown to people as they buy?
No. This plan has been on record for 15 years.
I'm saying when you purchase, is it up to your realtor to say that to show you these plans? Because when you buy, you should be seeing these plans.
Here we go again. You did not purchase. I don't know what your realtor that you purchased from showed you. We were not involved. So your realtor showed you something. These plans have been available forever.
Yeah, so these.
We didn't see them.
No, we didn't see them, but it was.
They were not shown to us. We did not see them.
We didn't. We should have done some more research on that, I guess. Well, obviously we're not happy, but it seems like there's going to be building on here forever.
When is this going to go on in case we want to sell? When is this starting?
There are people who would like to move there soon, so we'd like to start soon. And we've actually tried to make sure that the deck from the person doesn't look into your house. It's off to your back. but it's no different than was the plan that has been there since 2004, so 16 years.
How close are the decks to our house?
Well, I'll be happy to meet with you and show you. They're on a plan. If you're online, you can see it. The deck was 17 feet before. It's 18 feet now. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
18 feet.
Well, our preference obviously would be, since it's in the plans and since it has been for the duplex and now 2 singles, we would obviously, it looks awful close to our unit, and we would be in favor of it being moved as further away as possible to our unit, as you would expect.
Well, yeah, and that has happened based on the sewerage, the utilities that exist on the lot. We worked with the engineer to make that happen, and there are 293 units on a 40-acre site, so it's a relatively dense environment. It hasn't changed from day one, and we try to make sure we can save as many trees as we can and be as sensitive to the environment as we can.
Ted, can I ask a question? This is Nick.
Sure.
So obviously we don't have the architectural plans. I'm just looking at them, but the 9A looks shallower than 9B. Could they be flipped? Could they be switched so that the shallower plan is closer to 10, which means that you'd have maybe a little more setback? I don't know. I don't know what they look like, so it's hard to say.
That might work. I hadn't thought about that, but the point is, I think your point is that 9A is skinny and deep, and 9B is skinny and deep, and 9A is short and wide.
Right. If you flip them, you might get a little more setback between building 10.
We haven't even thought about that. That might work. Yeah, that's kind of the world we live in, which is suggestion. How do we make it better? Yeah, that might work.
Here's what I'd like to do to move forward. Right, it's late, and I know Rachel's about to fall over.
We can't. No, it's not midnight. You can't stop till midnight.
Yeah. Was it Tim? Yeah, Tim.
Yes.
Thank you for calling in. We want to at least, sort of make you aware and get your feedback. I guess, can we had talked about moving the things forward that we talked about. I'd like to approve, I guess, 2 things. This would be my proposal, and sort of spurred by what Nick said, is approve that that I guess we could do this 2 ways. I approve that this could be 2 individual, single family units, but I think maybe there's some work that you can do to sort of minimize the changes between the new 9B and in building 10, whether it's the different building types. And I also don't want to necessarily hang up construction of 9A unduly. So I'm going to put that to Brad, because Brad usually has some good ideas of how can we move these forward so that 9A can move forward, or we're not necessarily approving the footprints here, but the idea that the 2 are single family units, and that and I guess really what I'm thinking is that you'll give 9B some additional design consideration before we sign off on that.
I guess this is the difficulty in a Zoom conference where I can't confer confidentially with my client.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask publicly, Ted, what's your thought on I think what John is suggesting in a constructive sense, to approve conceptually to break into 2 units and to review whether or not it's conceivable to flip the location of 9A, 9B to lessen the impact on 10.
Brad, you're always the ultimate diplomat. I would agree with what you said.
He would agree that it's difficult, or
no, I would agree that Brad always has almost always has a solution for every problem.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna push it, John, one more time and say, John, we've done 200 units. The only person we've had that didn't understand our positioning was one person at 151 Johnson Woods Drive.
No, I heard you say that. And I guess, Ted, this sort of also brings up an issue is maybe there is some way that you can require or, have a little bit more influence on realtors selling in this area so that your people who buy.
I'm with you. I have the plans are in my office. I show them to everybody.
Yeah.
But when somebody like our Tim, who bought the house in number 10, I've never met him before. He never came to our office. He was not involved with it.
Actually, Ted, I did meet you. I met you in your office before we moved in because I asked. You talked about the garbage trash was picked up here.
Okay.
So I did meet you. Yeah.
Yeah, but you didn't buy from us. You had another
John. Hey, John. I'm sorry. The gentleman that called in earlier, he was purchasing 9A. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
So he already has plans that he's. I'm sorry. You're still on, sir?
Yes, I'm in.
Yes, I am. If you can hear me.
Yeah. Okay. So you already have plans that you are amenable to. I guess you like the house plans that you've been shown.
Yeah, I like the house plans, and I also like the situation of that lot. I mean, 9A that is. And if you notice, 9A has only been a sort of a rotation. Okay, actually making it more parallel to the unit to my right, the opposite side from number 10, or 9B for that matter.
Right.
So yeah, I don't want to see a change, but obviously.
Okay, well, we don't have to change your plan. Ted, would you be amenable to just changing 9B to a different unit so that you got more setback?
I need to talk to the owner, to the guy that wants to buy it.
Oh, someone's already looking at that one as well. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, he lives at Johnson Woods. He wants to live there still. Yeah.
So let's, can we approve 9A and leave 9B? Agree that it's a single family, but not necessarily agree to the footprint.
I would be happy to meet Tim to talk about that. Yep, we already moved. I moved the deck opposite his living room, so it wouldn't be in his backyard. But I would be delighted to meet with him and go over the plans. Absolutely.
I would like to see also, if just one more thing, and then I'll leave it alone. Just obviously, you take as few trees down as possible. Even maybe put some up to give us some kind of privacy, if possible. That would be.
The deck is looking into our living room.
Is that Tim?
Yes.
Yeah, Tim. I'd be happy to. We love trees. This is Johnson Woods, not Johnson Meadows. We didn't cut all the trees down. We want to save every tree we can. That's why you like it there. That's why I love it there. It is Johnson Woods. And everybody's heard me say that, but I get criticized by people because I didn't take down enough trees. Some tree might fall in their house. I'm like, we are leaving every tree up we can.
Well, if I don't say it, I got to say it because that's how I feel.
I'm totally with you on that. I want to save every tree we can possibly save.
And put up some others maybe. I don't know.
What I'd like to ask is, are there going to be trees between the deck looking into our living room?
We would be happy to put some trees there to give you privacy and give our buyer privacy. That would be wonderful. Yes, happy to do that.
Can you tell me again the footage between the deck and our living room?
I'm looking at the thing. 20 feet. Somewhere between 17 and 20.
This plan is showing 16 feet. 16
I think we're right. The idea here is you're going to revisit this a little bit. So So I guess Mrs. Hill, that's a big presumption. I'm sorry if I'm wrong.
I am Mrs. Hill.
Okay. Good questions, and I don't want to cut off the questions, but what I encourage you is to enter into that conversation with Mr. Moore. And so what I think, because I want to try and wrap this up. I think that we are in a position where we could make some approvals. I think that I'm going to add in. I'm sorry. Right, we're going to wrap in the requirement for a comprehensive, a full site plan along with Building 33. I think that not that we necessarily have a question about the location, but Building 47, right? That's the one where you're taking units from. I don't think we're ready to approve that tonight because we need to go through the affordability and density everything, and make sure that it all hangs together correctly before we are ready to approve that.
That's fine.
Andrew may have some updated thoughts on that after doing some research while we've been talking.
Yeah, so if the number of units hasn't changed, total number of units, since a duplex is just going to 2 single families, the density shouldn't change, and it appears all the affordable units are located within the big 30+ unit buildings, so it shouldn't have any impact on those either. That makes sense.
So we would like to meet with you, Ted, so you can, you did indicate you would meet with us.
Of course. Happy to do that. Yeah, no problem.
So, Andrew, you said, do you think we're fine with moving ahead on 47?
I agree, I do.
With regard to
We said 9
yeah, I've alleviated my own concerns.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, that's fine. No. So, can we, is there anyone that wants to make a motion and we can move this forward?
I can try.
Okay.
All right, so let's see. I'm going to move that the CPDC approve the modifications to buildings 34, 35, and 36 with the condition that the plan is updated to show the correct unit and driveway configuration for building 33. That the CPDC approve the change to unit 47 as a single family unit. And that, let's see.
We're 7.
The CPDC approve the location and configuration for unit 9A. That the CPDC approve the splitting of 9A and 9B from a duplex to 2 single family units. And this is where it gets tricky. What do you want to do with 9B? Do you want to say that plan is in the works still?
I think, right, that's really the only approval. We approved the splitting. We didn't approve the configuration. Can we do that? Is that Brad?
You can do that. I think that we want to make sure that the issue seems to be here, landscaping for screening.
Well, the setback might be an issue.
Yeah, the setback might be an issue too.
Sorry, the setback from building 10, not the street setbacks.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe we just not approve 9B's configuration and location at this time.
Right, and only approving the splitting of 9A and 9B from duplex to single family.
The driveway would be okay as configured.
That would be good if you approve that as part of it.
So it moves it to CPDC, approve the splitting of 9B as a single unit, that the driveway configuration as shown is acceptable, but that we're not approving the final configuration and setback from building 10. I know it's a bit odd, but we're trying to get as much approved as possible here.
No, I think that's that's where we're headed. And so that leaves what, 33?
Building 33 is not approved at this time. We don't have any details unless they want to submit something on it. We don't have anything on it other than it's going to be a triplex.
Can we
a triplex identical in form to
23.
Building 20, 23?
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah, I guess we're not going to make any finding on 33 with the understanding that you're going to provide the full plan, but we don't necessarily need to put that in the approval, right? Because we're not approved.
That's fine. Yep.
Are we missing something?
Those are the only 3 items on that.
Okay.
On that modification list, right?
That's right.
Splitting 9, 47 single, and then what's happening down at 33, 34, 35, 36.
And removing the condition on 6 White Oaks Lane, condition 1B. Can we do that, Julie? I mean,
You mean take 1A and put it onto 33?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we'll write it up. Well, because like this application that you're reviewing tonight included all these different components.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
We'll address all the different components.
Okay.
Okay. So move then. How's that, Brad? Is that acceptable? That language?
That is. Thank you.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So roll call. I'll start with Rachel.
Aye.
Pam.
Aye.
Nick.
Aye.
Where's Heather? I know
I'm
you're
here.
Yep. Heather.
Aye.
Aye for me as well.
So John, have you guys had a meeting up till midnight before?
We've had many of them, unfortunately.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Not really.
What a burden for you guys. We should be paying.
You should be. Honestly, we moved from 2 meetings a month to 1 meeting a month, and sometimes that means some really long meetings. So,
wow.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for participating. Whether it was just listening or talking, we like to have people know what's going on. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Bye-bye.
I think that we're gonna leave that meeting at that, right? Do I have a Julie? Unless there's something parting words.
No.
Okay.
No words. You guys did a good job.
Hey, Rachel, do you have a motion?
Motion to adjourn, please.
Second.
Can I just say all those in favor?
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Aye.
Nice to see you guys.
All right.
Thank you. That's
everyone.
a well-run thing under difficult, challenging circumstances. Thanks.
All right.
Bye.
Take care.
Thank you guys.
Guys.
Night.
Night.